I'm the chair of Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 22 to order. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials at toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the city's clerk's meeting portal. IT staff will be available to members to help with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure their turn on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit your motions in advance and by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with any motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I can know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or to speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance of the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of that interest. Seeing none, I now need a motion to confirm the minutes of our last meeting on March 2nd, 2021. Moved by Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, well, let's proceed with the agenda review. So the first item on our agenda is the Christie's planning study, city-initiated secondary planning and zoning bylaw, and urban design and streetscape guidelines, final report. We have a quick presentation from staff and speakers on this item, so we'll hold that down. Item number 2 is technical amendments to zoning bylaw 569/2013 and Scarborough West Hill Community Bylaw 103/27. Anybody would like to hold that item or a motion to approve? That's at 10 o'clock. Oh, I am sorry, we're going to have to wait until 10 o'clock to move a motion, so we'll hold it down until 10 o'clock. Item 22.3, 641-663 Danforth Road, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications preliminary report. There are no speakers on that item. Would any councillor would like to hold the item? Seeing none, I have a quick motion that actually the local councillor has asked me to move on his behalf, and it's basically to expand the area of consultation. So if members of the committee agree, and if we can move this as a package, we'll move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Item 4, 72 Steeles Avenue West and 7040-754 Yonge Street in the City of Vaughan, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications and draft plan of subdivision, request for direction report. Motion to move the item by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, item number 5, 2021 Toronto Heritage Grant Awards. Anybody moved by Councillor Perks? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 6, draft delineations for the protected major transit station areas within the downtown secondary plan and draft citywide major transit station areas policy directions. Anybody needs to hold this item? Seeing none, I can move this item with just a small note to say that this is important work because we need to have all these done in order to have our inclusionary bylaw in effect. So thank you for staff for starting to move these along. So all those in favor? And opposed? That carries. 22.7, update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings. We have speakers on this item, so I'll hold it down. 22.8, recommended framework for the use of ministerial zoning orders and response to Bills 245 and 257. Anybody would like to hold this item down? No? Seeing none, I can move the recommendations and thank staff for putting these guidelines on when the ministerial zoning orders should be used and how it should be used. So all those in favor? I need to see some hands. Okay, opposed? That carries. 22.9, Rapid Housing Initiative, 222 Spadina Avenue and 877 Yonge Street. Anybody would like to hold this down? No? Seeing that, again, thank you staff for incredible work and thank you to the local councillors for doing this work with the communities as well to welcome these new supportive housing projects. So all those in favor?
In favor.
Opposed? That carries. 22.10, creation of a fair and streamlined access system for affordable housing. I'll hold that down because I think there's a few motions on this item. Item 22.11, authority to enter into municipal housing facility agreements under the Community Housing Partnership Renewal Program. Anybody would like, Councillor Fletcher moves this item. All those in favor?
I'll move that.
All those in favor? Can I please see some hands?
In favor.
Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Item 22.12, protecting tenants, protocols to support tenants in cases of evacuation or emergency evictions. We have speakers on this item. And that is the agenda for today. We do have a new item that we would like to introduce. Councillor Fletcher is adding to the agenda. Councillor Fletcher, would you please introduce the item? I'll ask city clerks
yes.
to display the letter so that members can see it.
Thank you. Thank you. I just have to say I'm at quite a disadvantage because everything's happening on my desktop, so I'm back and forth because of the WebEx problem, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce this letter about Landlord Tenant Board and having virtual meetings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Councillor Fletcher is moving a motion to add this item to the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? So that carries. Councillor Fletcher, do you need to hold the item or can we move the item?
I don't need to hold that.
Okay. Any member of the committee that needs to have the item held, or can we move a motion to approve it? Councillor Perks, do you need some time to take a look at it? You seem a bit...
I can't see it in the clerk's portal.
Okay, so why don't I give a little bit of time so that everybody has an opportunity.
Just add it on and we can deal with that later. That's
Yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So that is our agenda for today. Let's go back to the first item, 22.1, and staff have a quick presentation. We'll have the presentation, then move on to speakers, and then proceed with questions of staff. Not sure who will be doing that. I don't know. Is this
Good morning, members.
Sarah? Okay. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. My name's Sarah Phipps, and I'm a project manager in the City Planning Strategic Initiatives Unit, and I've been leading the Christie's planning study. I have a short planning or short presentation for you today just to give you an overview of this secondary plan, zoning bylaw, and urban design guidelines. Next slide, please. So what does this plan deliver? This plan delivers quite a bit. It is really completing the community down at Humber Bay Shores and Park Lawn. We are securing a new GO station and an integrated TTC loop. We have a whole series of community facilities and amenities that will serve both the existing workers and residents in the area, as well as the new people that will be moving into the community. We've secured non-residential space that will ensure that there are jobs on the site continuing into the future. And we've also secured buildings that fit into the existing context and include affordable housing as well as a range of unit types and sizes. Next slide, please. So where is the site? The site is west of High Park. It's right down by the lake. The main intersection is Park Lawn Road and Lakeshore Boulevard. It is also adjacent to the Gardner Expressway, and there's the rail line that also goes through the north end of the site. Next slide, please. The study area is quite large. It's approximately 27 acres. Just to give you a sense of a comparison, it's about the same size as the Railway Lands West, which is from Bathurst to Spadina, the Gardner to the rail corridor. So it's quite large. The areas that are shaded in red on this slide are city-owned properties. The area that is not shaded in red is owned by First Capital Realty. They also have development applications on the site, and city staff have been working closely with them on the plan that we have recommended bringing forward, and we're bringing forward today. Next slide, please. So there is a site and area specific policy that applies to the land currently. This was brought into force in July of 2019. It secured 1.4 hectares of the site to remain as general employment lands. It secured the non-residential GFA that was required to be contained on the lands. Residential uses were not permitted until the GO station is secured and funded. There are affordable housing requirements that run with the land, and there were requirements in that SASP to complete a secondary plan, and that's what we have been working on over the last year and a half. Next slide, please. So this is the third time that we've reported to Planning and Housing Committee. As soon as the SASP was finalized by the LPAT in July of 2019, we started working on the secondary plan and zoning bylaw. And so we've worked over the last year and a half, as I mentioned, with the major landowner, First Capital Realty, but also with the community, with the local councillor, and with other stakeholders in the area to come up with a plan that we could recommend to City Council. Next slide, please. So the plan really does revolve around creating a complete community, but also creating a community that is centered on transit and increasing the ability of people to take transit and walk and cycle to the area, also within the area. So the new Park Lawn GO station will be located within the study area. It is delivered as part of phase 1. Phase 2 we'll show the phasing plan in a little bit, but phasing 2 will not be able to start until the GO station is completely constructed and ready for occupancy. The Park Lawn GO station is part of Metrolinx's transit-oriented community strategy. And what that essentially means is that the developer is leading the design and will be funding the GO station on behalf of Metrolinx. As part of bringing a new TTC loop into the site from Lakeshore Boulevard, the Humber loop just to the east of the site will remain, but this will become the main loop for the streetcars that are traveling along Lakeshore Boulevard. So we'll have an integrated transit loop at the GO station. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we really are creating a complete community here at Park Lawn and Lakeshore. Along with the GO station, we've secured 2 new public parks that are completely unencumbered that total 1.25 hectares. We have 98,000 square meters of non-residential GFA, half of which is office and the other half is retail. We have up to 1,500 affordable housing units on the site. As part of the Section 37 agreement with First Capital Realty, The developer will be providing a new community center, a new library, 2 new daycares, as well as community agency space. We secured generous public realm, including POPs, adequate spacing between towers, as well as a public art plan. As I mentioned, we have a range of unit types and sizes, which will include 40% of the units having 2 or more bedrooms. And the GFA that we are proposing to bring forward today will include, or can include, up to 7,500 residential units. Next slide, please. So these are just 2 of the maps in the secondary plan that give you an idea of the overall structure of the plan. You can see on the map on the left, you can see the 2 parks that are shown in green, as well as the 2 new large plazas that will be POPs in purple, as well as the integrated transit loop in the red dotted line. The map on the right shows the land use plan. And the important thing to take away from here is to show that we still are maintaining some of the lands as employment areas. Most of the lands are going to mixed use designation, and you can see again the 2 new parks in green. This is a long-term development. It will take place over 20 to 25 years, and it includes 6 phases. Next slide, please. In terms of the affordable housing, there are 3 options. The option is, or which option is chosen is to the discretion of First Capital Realty. Based on the 7,500 residential units that could be built on the site, that results in up to 1,500 affordable units. We have a holding provision on every phase of development in the zoning bylaw, and to remove one of the conditions, to remove that holding provision, is for the applicant to submit a housing plan. And that housing plan will detail how much affordable housing has been built in previous phases, how much affordable housing is in the phase that they're currently removing the hold for, and how the rest of the requirement will be spread over the remaining phases. So we can ensure that all of the affordable housing can happen on the site throughout the development of the site, as opposed to it all being pushed off to the later phases. Next slide, please. I won't go through all of this. This is the Section 37 package that we have secured with First Capital Realty. You can see the phasing plan on the left. As I mentioned, it's a 6-phase development. We have tried to spread the community facilities and community benefits over all of the phases. In terms of phase 1, that's when the GO station is coming. So the GO station is the phase 1 benefit, although it's not a proper Section 37 benefit. It is being provided at the sole cost of First Capital Realty, and it's not part of the Section 37 package. But the rest of the benefits, including the daycares, the community agency space, the library, the recreation center, the streetscape improvements, and the public art, are spread over all of the phases. I should also mention that the parkland that we are securing also comes in phase 2 and phase 3. Next slide, please. In terms of the built form, we're recommending quite a few buildings. As I said, it is a large site. We're recommending 15 towers, 7 commercial buildings, and 15 residential mid-rise buildings. The plan on the right shows you the location of the towers as well as the number of stories of each tower. The community park is shown in green, and we do have a policy in the secondary plan that states that no net new shadow on 85% of the park for 5 hours of equinox is one of the tests that we've been able to secure. And so that is why the towers are pulled away from the community park. Next slide, please. Tower separation is also something that was really important to the city. We secured a tower separation of at least 35 meters between the towers, with the exception of 2 towers right at the intersection of Park Lawn and Lakeshore. We've also secured tower floor plates. So we have an average tower floor plate of no more than 800 square meters for all of the towers in the plan. In terms of the area-specific gross floor area and the amount of density that we're recommending on the site, it's a total GFA of almost 700,000 square meters, of which 585,000 square meters of residential density. And that includes or could accommodate up to 7,500 residential units, with 40% being 2 or 3 bedrooms. Next slide, please. This is an image that shows the project at full build out. The project, or the study area that we're talking about, are the buildings that are sort of shown in that gold color. The silver colored buildings are the buildings that are existing currently in the neighborhood. Next slide, please. terms of our public consultation in phase 3, which we've just completed, we had one virtual public consultation meeting that was very well attended. We had over 200 participants. We've had 8 stakeholder meetings. We've done Indigenous consultation, and we've also had online engagement. The graph down below shows you the types of comments that we've had from the public. The vast majority of people's concerns have to do with traffic in the area, followed by phasing and implementation and community services and facilities. Next slide, please. So in terms of the report that's before you today, we are recommending that we adopt the secondary plan, the zoning bylaw, as well as the urban design guidelines. We would like to hold the bills at council until we've entered into the Section 37 agreement with First Capital Realty. And we need to do some additional work on developing an agreement with First Capital Realty on cost sharing Street A, which is a large street that goes from Park Lawn Road to Lakeshore Boulevard. So those are the main recommendations in the staff report today. Next slide, please. So city planning more and more is bringing forward not only secondary plans, but also zoning bylaws that align with those secondary plans. So in this case, as I said, we're bringing forward a secondary plan, an area-specific zoning bylaw, as well as urban design guidelines. And this slide just shows that each of those different deliverables contains different requirements and different permissions. So the secondary plan provides the overall vision and the intent of how we want to see this area grow. Our zoning bylaw is very detailed in terms of the uses, the densities, parking rates, holding provisions, phasing, et cetera. And the urban design guidelines are providing additional guidance on the design of the public realm and the streetscape. So all 3 of these deliverables together give the city a good idea and a good way to secure all of the benefits that we've been able to secure on the site. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll now proceed to speakers and then come back to questions of staff. So our first speaker today is Gary Mogurodi. Gary?
Yes, hello.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes, and thank you for joining us today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, my name is Gary Mogurodi. I live at 58 Marine Parade Drive. I've lived here for 7 years, and I plan to continue living in the Humber Bay area. I'm concerned that the secondary plan is flawed in its inability to provide proper road traffic for the neighborhood being built and the current Humber Bay neighborhood. The plan allows, hello? The plan allows for traffic to enter the property from the ramp off the Gardner Expressway going east using the new relief road, but it does not create a roadway for traffic to enter the property from the Gardner Expressway going west from the city. Unless a new ramp is created for traffic heading west on the Gardner Expressway, the traffic system that is proposed only addresses major access into the Christie property from the west and nothing else. One of the original plans showed the relief road entered the Christie property and then continued to the Gardner Expressway. This was an excellent idea for allowing traffic to go in and out of the Christie property from the east and from the west on the Gardner Expressway without affecting traffic on Lakeshore Boulevard and the Humber Bay neighborhood. Now the plan shows that the relief road dumps all of its traffic into the Lakeshore Boulevard. It's now called Street A, right in the middle of the Humber Bay neighborhood. This is a bad flaw in the plan that will constantly clog traffic in Humber Bay. The fate of the Brookers Lane access to the Gardner Expressway is also ambiguous in the plan. I have seen diagrams even today that show the existing access to the Gardner Expressway from Brookers Lane remains. I have also seen diagrams that show the access to the Gardner Expressway from Brookers Lane is closed at the Lakeshore Boulevard because buildings are planned to be built when the current access from Brookers Lanes to the Gardner Expressway, where it currently is. The change would also be a bad flaw in the plan that will constantly clog traffic in Humber Bay. It would leave only a single lane Lakeshore Boulevard access to the Lakeshore Boulevard West for traffic trying to go east from Humber Bay into the city. So I have 3 questions. Please explain if the existing access to the Gardner Expressway from Brookers Lane will remain. Please explain why the relief road is not going to access the Gardner Expressway in an easterly direction instead of dumping highway traffic into the Humber Bay neighborhood. And 3, please explain why access to the Christie property has only been planned for traffic going east on the Gardner Expressway and not going west on the Gardner Expressway. I propose that the relief road be built so that it connects in and out of the Christie property from the east and from the west to and from the Gardner Expressway without affecting traffic in the current Humber Bay neighborhood as First Capital Realty had originally envisioned. This would alleviate creating any new traffic issues in the current Humber Bay neighborhood while being able to best service the new Christie property for road traffic. I propose leaving the access to the Gardner Expressway from Brookers Lane open. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gary. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Jim Reiki. Jim, good morning. Good morning, Jim.
Hello, this isn't home with the city clerk's office. Jim's mic is currently unmuted, and they should be able to speak if they are present.
Good morning, Jim. Seems like we're having some technical difficulties. One more try.
I can connect with the speaker in chat to see if they're having any issues, if you'd like to move to the next speaker.
Thank you. We'll do so, and we'll come back to Jim. Next, we have Ron Anderson. Ron, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I think I'm speaking on behalf of Jim Reiki also.
Okay.
So I will proceed. Jim and I are with the Humber Bay Shores Condo Association that was created in 1997. We're on the executive. And our goal is to represent our community on development matters, and hence the significance of the Christie site development. Currently, we have about 20 buildings with about 23,000 residents. We conducted a survey in early 2019 about the Christie development, and we had 80% of our respondents had strong concerns about the proposal that would add 15,000 new residents and 15 or more new buildings. After having reviewed the resubmission from First Capital and reviewing the updated documents from city planning, we have a number of concerns we'd like to express today that basically would negatively impact our community if they're not adequately addressed in the approvals process. I'd like to draw your attention to the 2013 Christie Site Working Group, which included city planners and Humber Bay Shore community representatives. And they developed a number of principles with a vision of what the Christie property would look like when developed. And principle number 4 is it's basically the cornerstone of the concern of the association. And that is that there had to be priority to address the servicing and infrastructure of the site and the surrounding community. So just to be clear, the Christie site is part of the Humber Bay Shore community. So our concern is that in order for this to have positive impacts to the community, the infrastructure that services the site and the existing infrastructure in the Humber Bay Shores community, is particularly the capacity of that infrastructure, has to be properly assessed and sized to the development. If you review the First Capital resubmission in February of this year, it's very clear they've done a very good job in terms of estimating the stormwater runoff, the sewage, and the electricity demand of the development. It's also very clear from the submission that there's very little understanding of the capacity of the existing stormwater, sewage, and electricity infrastructure to service this additional population and economic activity. And we remain concerned about this simply because it's just an additional burden to these 3 infrastructure components that are already under siege in our community. I was going to talk to the transportation issue, but I'll defer based upon the previous speaker who covered exactly our concern. We see transportation as the fourth component of the infrastructure, and Gary basically summarized our concerns. In summary, the Lakeshore Boulevard is now a bottleneck, and the way it's currently designed basically just intensifies that bottleneck and creates a quality of life issue within our community. So we concur with or ask the questions that Gary had asked. The next issue is the community center. We basically have over the years expressed the interest in terms of having a community center dedicated to community issues. Now we see in terms of the city plan that they reference a community recreation center, but to us, there's two problems with that. One, it's too far in the future, phase 5, and secondly, recreational centers we don't need. All condo buildings have gyms, they have pools, etc. So we want something more dedicated to servicing kind of the administration of the Humber Bay Shores area. So our recommendation is that while we support what the city's been doing and what Full Capital has proposed, is that these infrastructure service requirements that will service the site are open-ended right now. They're under stress, and we would recommend that there be the approvals process for phase 1 through 5 link infrastructure upgrades on stormwater, sewage, and electricity to subsequent phases. Otherwise,
Ron, I'm going to have to ask for your final thought.
Thank you. I'm done.
That was it?
That's
Perfect.
That was it.
Perfect timing. Okay, Ron. Any questions of the speakers? Seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, Ron. Next, we'll be moving to Sharon Jazar. Sharon, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
I'm also with the Humber Bay Shores Condominium Association, and just to be clear, we do represent 17 different condominium corporations. They are our members, and basically, it's interesting. Today is Earth Day, and I often wonder how all of this, fits in with the future and the concerns that we have, climate change and so on. And I do hope that you all keep that in mind, because we have become pretty congested over time, with all kinds of restrictions here. And I will reiterate that the new street connections on the First Capital Development site does not alleviate the background traffic that studies have shown that create all the traffic problems in our area. We have one street, it's called Lakeshore, and then one street, Park Lawn, that basically, is our access route. And in the mornings, it is horrendous. And I hope that will be something that you'll keep in mind. Secondly, we've been waiting for years for a community center. The fact is that the community here, we have, even though these are condominium dwellers, we have a true community. And all the events that we organize, the outdoor events such as the farmers market, the street festival, and so on, the big cleanup we do, people get involved. And you know what? We need something that can be enduring, such as a community center, that we can harness that interest that we have in our community to introduce all kinds of functional events indoors throughout the year. So I am praying that we will be considered for a rec center, for a community center, a lot sooner than has been noted. Basically, the last thing I want to say is that a lot of the community members are very concerned about POPs. And we wish that, that's like double dipping. People are paying their taxes, but they're also having to pay their monthly maintenance fees. And now this is going to be paying for both these things. A lot of people have expressed concern about this, and they're not happy about it. So please consider these things, and thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Any questions of the speakers? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Sharon. Next speaker, we have Jody Spiegel. Good morning, Jody.
Good morning.
Good morning. You may start. Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair Bio and members of the committee. My name is Jody Spiegel, and I'm leading this project to redevelop the former Christie lands on behalf of First Capital REIT. First Capital is a leading developer, owner, and manager of mixed-use real estate in 150 neighborhoods across Canada, primarily in large urban centres. We are proud of our track record of working with the city to achieve successful developments in many neighborhoods. Today, I have the pleasure of being before you again to speak about our proposal to develop a truly transit-oriented, complete, and pedestrian-friendly community in Humber Bay Shores that achieves a variety of the city's planning and policy objectives, including delivering much-needed services and amenities to the existing community and improving local infrastructure. First Capital acquired this property in June 2016 and spent the next few years with a first-rate multidisciplinary team undertaking integrated development and design work to realize the opportunity of this uniquely located large site. A key element of this work was community consultation. We met directly with local stakeholders and held 2 idea fairs where we introduced ourselves and sought input from community members. In July 2019, Council accepted the city staff recommendation to redesignate the lands to regeneration areas and general employment areas at the location of a proposed GO station and transit hub. All of this led to FCR's submission of complete applications for official plan amendment in October 2019 and rezoning and draft plan of subdivision applications in May 2020. Soon after the May applications, we hosted a digital town hall meeting to introduce our refined proposal to the community and receive their feedback and input. From the outset of this process, the First Capital and city staff teams have worked in a collaborative and integrated way to achieve alignment between the city-led secondary plan and zoning bylaw and First Capital's private development applications. This work has responded directly to community feedback received through both the city-led and First Capital-led consultation activities. I want to personally thank staff for their extraordinary commitment to this work. The secondary plan and zoning bylaw being recommended by staff will enable First Capital to deliver a truly complete new community that provides a number of essential missing elements for Humber Bay Shores that were identified by the community, including a new park-long GO station that will be constructed in the first phase of our development, evolution of the GO station into a fully integrated transit hub with a streetcar loop that will connect directly to the GO station and facilities for connected bus services, introduction of a new relief road that will address the long-standing traffic concerns the Humber Bay Shores community has experienced, creation of a significant employment hub that will generate at least 98,000 square meters of employment uses, a full complement of community facilities, including 2 not-for-profit daycares, a community center, a library, a community agency space, as well as the opportunity for 2 new elementary schools, a substantive number of affordable housing units, a diverse range of residential units with a focus on family-friendly design, including a minimum of combined 40% 2 and 3 bedrooms, a plan that is founded on an extensive network of great public spaces that include 2 significant new public parks, urban plazas, wide boulevards, and largos, which together result in over 40% of the site being provided as open space. A covered retail galleria is located at the heart of the community, providing extensive retail services and amenities that will help animate the full Humber Bay Shores community during all 4 seasons. A true pedestrian-first design that implements the city's Vision Zero framework by focusing parking and loading below grade so that our streets can be designed for people. Sustainable and resilient design, including green infrastructure incorporated into the parks, open spaces, and green roofs to help manage stormwater throughout the site, and creating a walkable, transit-oriented community that encourages sustainable travel patterns and striving for a net zero community. And a commitment to design excellence through engagement of the renowned international design team for both our master plan and full first phase of development. We need to review the draft instruments before adoption by City Council to ensure they appropriately reflect the built form we have all worked so hard together on. In conclusion, I would again like to thank the staff team sincerely for an intensive and exemplary planning process that has enabled both the City of Toronto's and First Capital's needs and aspirations for this key site to be met, actively reflecting the consultation that was held with the community throughout the process. Madam Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share these comments and to provide a deputation today.
Thank you, Jody. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, we can move on to the next speaker. Thanks, Jody. And next speaker is Peter Quinn. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. I am legal counsel to Toronto Lands Corporation, who has been designated by the Toronto District School Board to manage all of their real estate and including development situations such as this. As you all undoubtedly know, TDSB has a long history of cooperation with the city. Toronto Lands Corporation works closely with CreateTO and with Parks. There are currently over 40 shared use agreements between the two entities that provide for shared use of each other's properties for the benefit of the public. You have filed with you is a letter from Daryl Sage, who heads up Toronto Lands Corporation, that raises an issue in relation to the wording of the proposed official plan amendment, in particular section 8.8, policy 8.8 of the proposed plan. My purpose here today is to ensure that you clearly understand the issue. The issue relates to the insertion, recent insertion in that policy of the future use of parks by the school board for elementary school recreation purposes at the city's sole discretion. The Ministry of Education, whose approval must be obtained by TDSB in order to proceed with the construction and operation of a school, requires that there be outdoor space available for students on a daily basis for outdoor recreation and exercise. The city staff, this development includes rooftop podium space for outdoor use, but as city staff have acknowledged, that space is inadequate for the purposes of the proposed public school and possibly also Catholic school. The only choice to provide that outdoor space is shared use of the proposed park that is adjacent to the building in which the school or schools will be located. Until recently, the official plan amendment recognized that shared use of that park would be necessary. However, recently the language was revised to add that the use would be, quote, at the city's sole discretion. Therefore, TDSB cannot rely with certainty that such space will be available. That will present them with a significant problem in securing approval and funding from the Ministry of Education. It may also result in TDSB having to oppose the development on the basis that there is a lack of secured accommodation for elementary school pupils who are certain to result from the proposed 7,500 residential units. It may also have a negative impact on other collaborations between the city and TDSB that are currently being discussed, such as Lawrence Heights, Memorial Park, Downsview. From TDSB's point of view, a partnership between the city and TDSB requires reciprocity. The city wants TDSB to agree to the use of the TDSB properties by the public, and TDSB is certainly willing to do that. But TDSB expects the same from the city. My own personal preference would be that there be a positive statement in the official plan amendment that recognizes that shared use of the park, subject to a satisfactory shared use agreement, be made available to the public school and the Catholic school if they proceed. But at the very least, we need to have the words "at the city's sole discretion" deleted from the official plan amendment. We all want this development to proceed and for it to include a public school and possibly a Catholic school. To avoid an unnecessary obstacle, we request that those words be deleted. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks, Peter, for joining us today. Our last speaker today is Star Smith. Good morning, Star.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. This plan has a lot to recommend it, but I perceive that it is also regrettable that our planners seem to hold back their talents because they are resigned to the fact that it is not we who approve or disapprove. That honor seems to be taken away by the province. So it is doubly necessary that we weigh in when we need to. On the specifics of responsibility, the plan seems strong. It holds the developer to a specific number of performance standards. Other areas, not so much. I dispute because in one important area, we can still make a difference. The plan is building the equivalent of a city. Its construction will be with us for at least the next 25 years. And yet its transportation plan is not complete. In fact, on a couple of points, it is uncertain where planning stops and transportation begins. The TMP was postponed at committee for the last 2 meetings, yet vital pieces of information, along with unattributable assumptions, exist on what council is expected to rule. The secondary plan specifically instructs you, all of us, to read the plan in conjunction with the policies of the transportation plan. This can be found under the subhead mobility under 6.1 network mobility initiatives on page 6. Specifically, what prevails when planning rules contradict human rights? I believe the answer should be firmly entrenched in the secondary plan. For example, parking would appear to include charging stations for electric vehicles, but neither are mentioned in this plan, although delivery vehicles, work vehicles, visitor parking, and rental vehicles will and must be on site constantly. No reference is made to them. So with these, will these be subtracted from resident spaces, or will these vehicles end up on roadways in the development? There is no mention of on-street parking within the project, and certainly there's no room for on-street parking. The Christie plan claims to hold human rights to accessible housing to a very high level, yet the roads leading to Park Lungo Station will not allow the 1 in 4 residents with mobility issues, that is the 1 in 4 seniors that will be our population in 25 years. Able to walk or cycle to use it. The sidewalks have been widened slightly from 1.6 to 1.8 meters to allow wheelchairs to pass, with inches of clearance between them, but there is no explanation as to why not wider. 2.1 is another option. And what happens when a pedestrian is also in the mix? So where does planning stop and transportation begin? And remember, you are held, I'm going to repeat this because it's very important, you are held to read the non-existent TMP while you are deciding on your vote. We must press the pause button here. This will allow the Transportation Committee to catch up in order for this committee to comply with the secondary plan instructions. Likewise, LPAT decision on which you are expected to vote was distributed to stakeholders on April 15th to be voted on at this committee meeting only 7 days later. It would seem that a further delay so you can vote on a complete plan is the minimum we can do when building a city within a city over the next 25 years. The consensus of experts worldwide is that individual vehicle use will continue to rise with the population, and yet the secondary plan allots a laughably small amount of attention to parking. The objective is to eventually have no parking at all. However, in an area of the city where there is no off-project parking for visitors, for family, for delivery vehicles, and more important still, for the working vehicles that will undoubtedly be on site forever, a final transportation plan is essential. Remember, the secondary plan, I'm repeating, instructs you to read the secondary plan in conjunction with the policies of the transportation master plan. if we are to deliver the high level of inclusion as boasted by the Christie developers, we need a bit more time. Please give us and transportation that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Star. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today. That concludes the list of speakers for today. Any questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just struggling with some tech today. My first question is regarding the deputation and the communications provided by the Toronto District School Board, and notably Mr. Sage's deputation about asking the city to strike out the words "at the city's sole discretion" from policy 8.8. I am just curious to know why the language is inserted in the official plan, but also in terms of what you're trying to achieve, because it does look like some pretty broad and I would say even overreaching ask of one of our stakeholder partners.
Through the chair, Jeannie Romoff from Parks and Rec is here to speak to that issue.
Hi, and through the chair to you, Councillor Wong-Tam. So the language that's being inserted at this point really reflects exactly the same language that we have in many other approaches that we have to partners with to partnerships with both school boards, and really just reflects the fact that the landowner has the sole discretion, you know, in the eventual agreement around how that land is shared. And it's no different, you know, in partnerships we have with the TDSB, as an example, with Canoe Landing, the Canoe Landing School, with the new development at 1 Yonge Street. I should say, as the deputant noted, we do have many shared use agreements with the TDSB and with the TCDSB that are all negotiated mutually with mutual approval. And the intention is certainly not to allow them access to the land, but as the landowner, the discretion and the final approval of those agreements would lie with the city.
And if there's a dispute, is there a mechanism or a process to resolving that type of conflict?
You know, the dispute, the resolution process has always been just active discussions between the parties, to be perfectly honest. We've never gone to a formal dispute resolution process in these things, have always managed to, you know, approach these types of agreements, you know, in a similar kind of mutually negotiable way. And I should say there's a long list of them, including, you know, the city's use of TDSB parking lots, the TDSB use of city parks for a number of different schools across the city, as well as a very complicated agreement we have around a joint construction at Davisville Public School right now. So I think in each case, you know, as the TDSB and the TCDSB maintain sole discretion on the final approval of use by the city of their lands, it's a similar sort of agreement on the side of the city, which doesn't, you know, anticipate that there will not be such an agreement, but it's just a landowner, you know, specification on it.
Yes.
And so just to my last question on this item or this particular point is, so the language at our sole discretion would be found in other similar agreements, is what you're telling me. So this is not a unique request of the city.
The city, I mean, Greg can comment as well, but the city maintains sole discretion on all of its lands, you know, with the appropriate agreements and council directions built into it. But as a landowner, the discretion on those agreements is generally maintained by the city, unless there's some overriding agreement that would point to a different type of approach.
And I would add that it would be expected that these stakeholders, including the school boards, would have their own discretion over their own assets. I think we also certainly recognize that we're building a very urban condition in this development, and that, you know, it's in everyone's interest to cooperate and to work together to use the land in the most beneficial way to the greater community. So, you know, we'll be very motivated to work with the school boards and their pursuit of funding as well. We're very supportive of their asks to the provincial government for funding. So we're well aware of the challenges, but we think we've got the best approach here from a regulatory point of view.
Okay, thank you. And because I'm running out of time, I'm just going to ask this question. So in the downtown core, with respect to separation, tower separation distances, we've seen this now having different numbers put forward in different areas. In our neighborhoods in the core, it's 20 to 25 meters as a preferred tower separation. In North York, it's larger. And in this particular secondary plan, you're proposing 32 to 35 meters. How is it that these neighborhoods have a larger, greater separation distance that you would recommend, and the downtown is continually asked to accept less, a tighter condition and a more, I would say a less sort of human-friendly condition? Sky view, sunlight, these things are important for every family, regardless of where they live.
So certainly, and I would agree with your statement, Councillor. So through the chair, the light view and privacy minimums that we pursue are really context responsive. In the downtown, the lot fabric and street blocks are a lot tighter. So we've sought certainly the 20 to 25 meter for quite some time, for almost 20 years now, I believe. And in other areas of the city, the fabric and the context affords simply more space. The context responsiveness with this plan is picks up on the character of this area in general, which tends to have a slightly greater tower separation. So we wanted to respond to that context and ensure the minimums are met. But in this case, this context provides even more light view and privacy than some other areas of the city, and we are able to achieve that as well as all of the other public realm objectives we've got for streets and spaces and the other attributes of this development.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members with questions? Nope, seeing none. I do have some.
Sorry, yes, I do. No, I have questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm going to run all these machines, all these apps off one thing. I just want to go back to the discussion around the school. I'm just unclear if that's going to be a joint TDSB, TCDSB school. Can you give me a short answer of that, please?
Perhaps Sarah Phipps can help us out there.
That's fine, yeah.
Sorry. There she is.
Hi, yes, we've secured space for both boards. We've secured 8,800 square meters of space in phase 3, or we're holding that space until the hold is removed on phase 3.
Sorry.
Yes,
the question is it's a joint venture, all right? And what is the ratio for a new school? I know in the Portlands, there's 6,000 residents coming, and the planning framework indicates there's a school site. Is there a requirement for a school site with a certain number of new condos or new residents?
I don't know what the specific ratio is. I can say that both boards have said that there is a need for a school in this specific location, and so that's why we secured the space.
And I'm curious as to why there's not adequate outdoor space associated with the school.
We secured as much space as we can on the podium level of the buildings. And given the context and given all of the other amenities that we wanted to secure as well, we have allowed for the provision of the sharing of the park if the shared access agreements can be agreed upon.
And was this just added in? The school board seems to be surprised that it was at the sole discretion of the city. Was that not discussed previously with them? Or
that language was added. That language was added in as the plan was circulated through all of the different divisions and all of the different staff within the city. We did not circulate it back to the school boards at that time because we did not think that it changed the intent of the policy at all. It just clarified what was always the case.
So that's the case on everything, including with the shared use agreements in schools where we have them, that it's at their sole discretion. I know I have one where the sole discretion isn't working so well. Okay, on that, now I'm interested in the traffic management because a lot of the deputants today talked about traffic management not meeting the needs of this very, very large development. Who can say where that's at and why it's not?
So,
Stage
yes,
the residents would like to see it before we.
yes, Councillor, and I believe Jacqueline Hayward is with us to respond to the status of the Transportation Master Plan. And certainly I would just simply comment at the beginning that this Transportation Master Plan has been riding alongside the entire planning process. And we do include in our regulatory framework holds for every phase of the development. So there are checks and balances in place that will be simply readdressing the transit, the traffic and transportation needs as we go through the development. But perhaps Jacqueline can comment on the TMP.
Well, I'll just ask my other question so it's in line. And why can't we build the community center early, city build it, and then recover those funds from the developer at a later time? So those are my two questions.
Thank you. Jacqueline, do you want to start with TMP?
Sure. Thanks, Greg. Councillor, through the chair, the Transportation Master Plan for the Park Lawn and Lakeshore area actually started before the Christie site was to be under development. It started in 2016, but we paused that work in order to make sure that we are working in an integrated way, that the outcomes of the Transportation Master Plan would reflect the needs of the community being proposed here. And so our next stage is to go out to the public this summer and then to bring a report forward to council on the final Transportation Master Plan. But I can assure you that Transportation Services staff have been working very closely with city planning staff and the developer on what the needs for transportation are within this site and in the study area. The Parkland TMP does cover an area beyond the site of Christie's. It includes all the way out to Legion Road and with the eastern limit being High Park.
Just that you didn't mention the community in there and who's going to be working on that plan.
We have certainly been engaging the community at various stages with both stakeholder working groups that started in 2016, as well as public meetings. The last public meeting was held in summer 2020, and our next one will be held in summer 21.
And it is snowing right now. I'm just letting everyone know on Earth Day. Just look out the window. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
Question. Yes,
Yep.
I just asked Sarah. Right, I'll ask Sarah to comment on that.
So through the chair, in terms of the community center timing, this is also something we heard through our public consultation, is the community wanting to get the community center earlier. So we went back and we again looked at the plan. What we've tried to do is secure the community center in the best possible location. So we believe that the block where it's located, which is in the 5th phase, is on Lakeshore Boulevard, which gives it extremely good visibility and access to the existing community. It's adjacent to the community park, so you're able to have the adjacency that's really important there. What we also heard is that the community mostly was worried about or wanting to secure space to have events and meetings, et cetera. So as the schools are coming as part of phase 3, we also have community agency space coming as part of phase 3, and a library as part of phase 4. It allows that type of space to be coming earlier.
My question was...
That's your last question, Councillor.
Well, I wasn't answered, so I'd like to have it answered. Chair, please. Thank you.
That is the one that you're asking is your last question.
Exactly, but it wasn't answered. So I need to clarify that, please. I'm asking why it can't be built ahead of time. The city would build that and recover the funds later. Is there a physical reason why that couldn't happen?
Well, I think one of the answers, Councillor, is that we've, together with Parks, Forestry and Recreation and the developer, all agreed that the location is the best location for the greater community, not just for the new community, but the existing community. So that places it in a later phase. So there is that challenge that it would be likely part of a building that isn't constructed for quite some time. So there's that chicken and egg challenge that we would have to manage.
That 25-year chicken and egg challenge.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's likely.
Thank
likely
you.
that it could come earlier, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. I do have some questions, and one of the questions is actually from the local councillor who is recovering from surgery, and I hope doing well, much better than a few days ago. And I'm sure that I speak on behalf of the committee to wish him a speedy recovery. But on his behalf, I would like to ask staff to give us a status update on the Legion Road extension. What the local councillor have told me is that approvals for all of the residential development in Humber Bay Shores were predicated on the Legion Road extension being constructed. And this development will obviously bring even more density and traffic on an already congested area. A full environmental assessment on this road has been done. It is in the official plan. Councillor Grimes worked with Deputy City Manager John Levy to get this project in the capital budget. And the councillor has been told and has been telling the community for years that it would be constructed in 2021, 2022. So can you specifically tell us the status of the Legion Road extension?
I'm happy to answer that on behalf of Transportation Services Chair. So yes, the Legion Road Extension Environmental Assessment was approved in 2010. It was an amendment to prior approvals. It's been long planned in various official plan and secondary plans even before amalgamation. We are working in conjunction with Toronto Water and Engineering and Construction Services on the detailed design of Legion Road. It is a very complex project because it involves potentially bundling with a new stormwater management site, which may or may not be a priority for Toronto Water. And it does involve going underneath the rail line and the Gardner. So this project is currently under design. It is funded for detailed design only at this stage, and we will be bringing forward further consideration of it in the capital budget as part of the 2022 process. I would just also state in relation to this site and the Transportation Master Plan, the Legion Road extension does not serve the Christie site. It is west of Park Lawn, but the Legion Road extension is being assessed as part of the Transportation Master Plan for Park Lawn Lakeshore area to better understand both the way it functions in the transportation network and whether it provides benefits for the Park Lawn Lakeshore community in the way it has developed to date. So we'll be reporting further details about that analysis and the costs and benefits of that extension in the context of the Transportation Master Plan study.
And when is that report coming back?
We will be going to the community this summer and would be prepared to report after coming out to the community, either in July or in the fall, depending on the results of public consultation.
Okay, thank you. Questions around the affordable housing. So this is a large site. So how is the affordable housing secured in here?
So through the speaker, and Sarah can supplement, or Deanna Chorney, who's on the call, this is the large site policy that's applicable in this case. And as we know, there are three ways that this can manifest itself: through the conveyance of land, through units owned by the developer, or through units conveyed to the city, all with various percentages. So that's what we're operating under, and anticipating up to 1,500 units out of the total number of units that could be built on this site. Deanna, do you want to comment further on how that will manifest itself?
Yeah, certainly through the chair. The First Capital will have the option through each phase to deliver either land or built units. And as Greg mentioned, we would be securing 10% of the units as affordable housing in the event that they will build the units and maintain ownership.
And Deanne, why do we leave this up to the developer?
Through the chair, this approach in terms of providing sort of a different equivalencies of affordable housing is consistent on other large sites. So in the Downsview secondary plan and within the waterfront, we also provide a similar contribution of affordable housing.
Yep, but why can't we be the ones choosing?
In terms of whether they provide land or units?
Yep. In most cases, we are allowed to choose, correct?
We We have come up with this type of arrangement to sort of address different site-specific considerations. And in the past, typically, developers have chosen to build units and maintain ownership of those units. We certainly could negotiate just one option, but providing that flexibility has been successful in the past.
And it does operate as a negotiation through the development review process. So it's the circumstances are so variable across the city that this approach has served us well as we've over the years of being able to use the large site policy.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? Any councillors would like to speak? Councillor Fletcher, would you like to speak? It seems like you're trying to connect.
Yeah, I just have a motion that I sent in there about shared use spaces, please, that I'd like to have that tabled. When this comes to council, I'd like to have a list of all those agreements.
Okay,
I
so
I saw it earlier. I hope the staff have that, sorry.
they're still working on it.
Oh.
And we just need to find out if you would like this reported directly to council.
Yes, report directly to council.
Yeah.
Accompanying this item.
Just give us a couple of seconds here. Here you go, Councillor. I'll start your time now.
Thank you. This isn't directly related, but it is, I'd just like to know about the shared use agreements, since we've now seen that there's about 40 or more, the nature of those on our side and on the board side. I'm sure that doesn't include childcare centers, so I'm piggybacking on this. I think this is a really difficult application. This was, of course, the Christie manufacturing site, which was a very large employment site in Etobicoke. I was quite struck by one of the first images that Ms. Phipps showed, which was the site surrounded by such tall towers. So when I saw that, I realized it shouldn't surprise anyone that eventually that would come up for a rezoning of this nature, and the manufacturer would leave, which they've left to a secure employment area in Councillor Bradford's ward, actually. So on Bermondsey, which is an core employment district. So I can understand how the community has been involved and is very concerned, particularly with the traffic. And as it is a 25-year build out, I'm also a little concerned that some of the amenities are coming at the back end rather than the front end. And it's unfortunate that the community center could not be built earlier, because that is being built for the entire community. So at the end of this, then everybody, the existing residents in Humber Bay Shores and the new residents in the Christie section, will get a community center. And that's a very long time to wait with this amount of density. So it's unfortunate that it's rolling out in that way. The traffic, I do know, having visiting Etobicoke quite a bit, that it's just simply brutal right at that area. And I can understand their concerns and the fact that that master plan hasn't been finalized before this is proceeding. It's difficult because it's an owner now that's going to build a station on, can't remember if it's Smart Track, if it's Ontario Line, if it's RER, if it's GO. There's just so many transit plans that are underway at the moment by the provincial government. But there will be this new station at Park Lawn. So that should deal with a little bit with traffic, but I do understand the concerns of those who are here. And it's unfortunate that our local councillor is recovering from knee surgery and can't be here to speak on this item today. So I gather, Madam Chair, you're going to do that. But it's not optimal because it's such a big site when these employment sites are finished for whatever reason, and then residential comes on, they're kind of no holds barred. So I know the community has been watching this for a long time and has seen a lot of growth, and I know is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to say a few words, and I do have a motion as well. And my motion is around the affordable housing. I do think that our large site policy has been translating into affordable housing into different ways. So as staff have told us, through the GFA, through 10% of the units or 5% in perpetuity. I think with all the programs that we have currently going on, from the federal government, some from the city, the involvement of the nonprofit sector in development and trying to build their portfolio as well, we should take advantage in these opportunities and really try to push to get the 20% of the GFA, the 20% of the land, to leverage and work with the developer, but also bring in nonprofit sector, bring in these other programs so we can get more out of these projects. So what I'm asking staff here is really to push for the 20%. I think I'm experienced this myself with one of the projects in my community where we're trying to get that 20% of the GFA so we can leverage that with equity that a nonprofit has so that we can actually have more units in perpetuity operated for nonprofit. So if we have that option, that advantage, that's what we should be pursuing. So that's what I'm asking staff to push forward in these as they proceed with these negotiations. I also want to thank staff because these projects are always difficult. It's a lot of density. I'm sure the community worked really hard as well, so I want to thank the community. The local councillor is not here, but on his behalf, I'm sure that he would appreciate if the committee thanks his community for what I'm sure have been many community consultations. I think one thing is important to note is with all this transit-oriented development, this is actually showing that the city can work with this. We have a station that is being built, but we've been given the opportunity to, with the community, come together and plan this without, the hammer thrown at us. We have been able to bring forward a plan that, for some people might not be perfect, but it is a plan that tries to respond to the needs of the community, that brings community infrastructure, that translates in transit-oriented development. And so for that, I think we need to thank staff for all their work, but also use this as an example of how the city can come to the table and create transit-oriented development through our planning process as well. To staff as well, I think that what we've heard loud and clear is that we need to move very quickly on that transportation master plan. This is a concern for the community today, and they really deserve to have this looked at sooner rather than later. So I'm sure that Councillor Grimes, the local councillor, will be keeping his eye on it, but I think that through this process we clearly recognize the need to deliver for this community with this transportation master plan and the improvement on the transportation as well. So with that, I will move the motion, and if the committee agrees, we can move it as a package. Is that okay? Okay. So all those in favor? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor? Carries. Okay, thank you. That concludes our first item of the day. We have next 22.2, which was the 10 o'clock item. We can now proceed, so I can move that if there's are there questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Seeing none, I'll move that. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay, next item we have is 22.7, update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings. And we have speakers on this item. And we'll start with John Ola. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a neighbor who was involved in a hearing of the Committee of Adjustments a couple of weeks back. And I wanted to give you my view, input in what I believe is a broken process, or certainly was broken that day. As background, this is the first time and probably the only time in my life I will have ever appear before a committee of this wonderful city of ours. But as background, I have 40 years as a trial lawyer, trying cases in all jurisdictions, from Legion Halls in Northern Ontario to gymnasiums to the Court of Appeal at Osgoode and the Supreme Court of Canada. I've taught advocacy and published on advocacy. I advise boards on how to conduct hearings. So I believe that I have a feel for what a fair hearing and due process looks like. It's not what we saw on the day when we were engaged in with the Committee of Adjustments. So in my view, if our experience is any indication of what goes on, and I suspect it is, then you've got a broken process that is unfair and, in my respectful submission, needs to be addressed and changed. I should stress I'm not an expert by any means. I have no knowledge of planning law, so I defer to others. But let me just get to the point, a couple of the points I want to make. I'm sure many of you know that Administrative Law 101 is the old legal principle that not only must justice must be done, but seem to be done. And the Audi Alterum principle, which means basically a fancy Latin word, phrase for all sides must be heard, which has been incorporated into something called the Statutory Powers Proceedings Act, which governs all tribunal hearings. Unfortunately, in our case, both of the rules were broken, the appearance of justice and the right to be heard. Let me tell you the specifics that what we experienced or what I experienced. First of all, our videos and audios were turned off during the hearing so that we could not object to serious procedural violations, and there were several. The Leaside Residents Association had serious problems getting online and missed part of the hearing because of those technical problems. The proponent, who was representing the developer, was allowed to sandwich the neighbors in. One of the basic rules of trial advocacy and board advocacy is you make your submissions, and then when you are called upon again, you reply to the submissions. You're not allowed to make new submissions or to continue your submissions. What the proponent in this case was allowed to do was to basically continue for another 5 minutes his submissions, and we were not allowed to respond to those. The most serious problem that we experienced was that late in the process, the proponent was allowed to change his application and modify it by withdrawing certain of the amendments or consents that he was seeking. And that's because he saw that he was having problems and may not get the permit that or the approvals he was seeking. But in effect, as the chairman said, this was a new proposal and should have gone back and been resubmitted. And that would have given the neighbors and the people having standing and making submissions an opportunity to consider it and then make submissions with respect to this new proposal. Unfortunately, when the chair stated that, he was advised by an administrator who I don't believe was probably a lawyer, or this would not have been allowed, and essentially told the chair that that was not the right procedure. And so the new proposal proceeded, and we, the neighbors, were not allowed to address the new proposal. This was highly frustrating. We were trying to speak to our objection to proceeding in this way. We were trying to waive, but of course our video was turned off. In effect, we were deprived from the opportunity to address the procedure that was being adopted, the new proposal, and I suggest to you that is a denial of due process and natural justice.
Thank you, John. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Sure. Absolutely.
Last thought.
My suggestion is these good people need a further education and process. It's got to be re-examined. You've got serious problems. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, John. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks
yes.
for, yeah,
No,
Councillor
no.
Fletcher, go ahead.
I have a question. So, John, thanks very much for coming today to explain your virtual experience. Have you checked that the same thing would not have happened? Are you assuming that this would not have happened had it been an in-person hearing?
Yes, I would have had a chance to stand up and make an objection, Councillor. And so my proposal is that when a hearing is on, that the parties who have standing before the tribunal should have their microphones and perhaps their videos on, so that they can make objections as necessary, which would be the procedure before any tribunal in the province of Ontario.
And you believe this is a tribunal, administrative tribunal?
Yes,
I'm just going to ask you very clearly that this isn't, in your opinion, an administrative tribunal that has certain tests that it has.
Absolutely.
Tell me more about that, please.
So it has the very duties I discussed, the duty of fairness, which is a principle that comes from the Supreme Court Canada, the duty of hearing, the alteram partem rule. More importantly, it's governed by the Statutory Powers Procedure Act, which governs all administrative tribunals. And so it has to abide by these rules. The other thing that struck me as watching the day progressed and is that it was almost like a sausage factory. Each of the applications was had been pre-designated to one of the members. They had already the decision made. At the end of the hearing, the individual committee member was asked to table a particular resolution, which was adopted. It was almost like a rush to judgment. I hate to use those words from the O.J. Simpson trial, but it just seemed to be more like a rush to get to 1 p.m. and get the list wrapped up. It certainly didn't it left us with a bad taste in our mouth. We didn't feel like we got our day in court, even though it's a brief court appearance. It just didn't feel like fairness.
Did you have the ability to raise your hand on WebEx to show that you had something to say at a certain point or not?
That's a good question. I'm usually using Zoom, so
these were Zoom?
I prefer Zoom. I think Zoom is a better platform in my respective submission. I can't answer that question. I can't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks, John. We'll now move to the next speaker, Andy Coles. Andy, good morning.
In Long Branch, and I'm a board member of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Our president submitted a letter, which I'm going to present today. It is on file, I believe, with the papers for this. It says, thank you for the opportunity to make suggestions to enhance the COA process. The Long Branch Neighborhood Association regularly attends COA hearings and TLAB hearings and has made the transition to virtual platforms. We've done our best to coach our residents in making the same transition. We acknowledge that a declared state of emergency is still in effect, but in the light of day-to-day business resuming, barriers to residents still exist, need to be addressed. Number one, access to information for upcoming applications. Notification notices may meet statutory requirements. However, it is assumed that people that are receiving these letters are sophisticated enough to participate fully in the new virtual process in a very short time frame. This is often not the case. The city offices are still closed and available only by email. This does shut some residents out of the process. There are no staff designated to answer questions or to coach residents on how to participate effectively in the COA hearing. Our first suggestion for this is scheduling. This is a scheduling problem that could be solved if the timelines were stretched out and residents were notified earlier. We aren't aware of why the application form can't be posted online once the application has been received by the COA and prior to the final plans being posted. It's a simple method to give residents a small notification that a change is happening in their neighborhood. There is no financial impact to this solution. A second suggestion for the same point, there should be a helpline specifically for COA matters accessible by phone. The purpose of the staff member would be to address matters that you use to be able to go to COA offices and ask the questions about. Our second recommendation is staff planning and urban forestry reports are not available prior to residents' letters being due. Important issues such as conformity with the official plan and the impact of proposed development on protected trees are addressed from a city point of view in these reports. It is important that it is shared with the residents. Residents can also assist in identifying errors, missed protected trees on abutting lots, variances, etc. Suggestion for this would be staff planning and urban forestry reports need to be disclosed a week earlier to give residents a chance to respond. We would not support an application response as they have better access to staff and have many chances to solicit city staff input to submit their strongest application. Opportunity for a fair settlement in a virtual world. With the virtual platform, the talk in the hall to explore settlement options has been lost. Suggestion we have for this is the WebEx has the ability to use virtual breakout rooms for discussion amongst the applicants and residents to replace this, what used to take place live. Number four, we have concerns about the ability to visually track the agenda. The agendas are full and rarely run according to schedule, resulting in delays. This is a strain on resources and specifically the bandwidth available to run virtual meetings. Lengthy sessions are always a problem with in-person public hearings where you are committed to an entire session. Our suggestion for this is have a visual clue on screen so attendees can track where the agenda is and the committee is at. This can be as simple as a whiteboard. Attendees can then log in for the sound check, then monitor the session until their turn in the agenda. There's no financial impact to this solution. Resources should not be a barrier. The Ontario Real Estate Association has reported that 2021 astronomical increases in sales, average price and number of new listings in homes in the BILD reports show that they're responsible for 7% of the province's GDP. In short, the fees could be raised and the city should not be shy in collecting them. And this is signed by Christie Mercado, the chair of our Long Branch Neighborhood Association, and we all contributed when we composed this letter.
Thank you. Andy, any questions of the speaker?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Thank you for your very thoughtful presentation here this morning, Andy. There could be some advantages to virtual meetings. And the last suggestion you have, being able to track where you're at in real time, would mean that you would not be sitting through 4 hours before you were having to participate in your item, such as you've noted, when you're there physically, that you have no ability to track. So how would that, if this could be done, that would be an advantage of virtual meetings, would it not?
Yes, as it stands now, you log on and you basically listen to the meeting and you keep checking in every once in a while, but there's no visual cue to give you that you're on item 7 or item 47. You just have to sort of listen in for a little while. And I haven't missed any cases yet, but I'm sure that could be a problem. And I'm on a computer, somebody on a phone or
Right.
some other device would be even more problems.
And then the breakout room possibility. That's an interesting idea that WebEx has that breakout room.
It does, yes.
So it has a major glitch this morning, by the way. We can't get our microphones to work on our iPads. But that's an interesting idea. Would you be suggesting that at least that be piloted? You heard what happened the last deputant about getting there and there's a new proposal and no time to discuss it. Your thought would be, I presume, that when something like that would happen, then you'd be sent to a WebEx breakout room in order.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a separate issue that we sort of agree with a lot of what was mentioned in that, but it's just in the days before pandemic, you'd go to the hearing, you'd sit there, and at some point the chair would say, well, maybe you can go out in the hallway and discuss this for a little while. Sometimes those discussions were productive, sometimes they weren't, but at least it was an opportunity to discuss things, and possibly come to some sort of agreement between the two. That is what we're trying to do after all.
Yes, I see. And the first issues that were raised by Mr. Ola about getting a new proposal and not having a chance to discuss it or at least see it. Do you have a thought on that?
Well, just the way things are set up, you have the presentation by the applicant. Each of us is given 5 minutes to respond to or give our case for that, and that's it. Then we're cut off after that. The applicant comes back and responds to what he wishes to with what has been raised by the neighbors or what have you. And I have seen on different cases where they change the plans towards the end there, and nobody has a chance to respond to those change plans, whether they are more appropriate, less appropriate. It's just they make the decision there, and you've had your 5 minutes, and sit down and be quiet.
You don't get another 5 minutes if there's any plan.
Not at all.
Thank you. Thanks very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Andy. Next, Al Keevy. Good morning, Al.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may start.
Yes. My name is Al Keevy. I'm a board member with the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association. I also sit on the steering committee of FONTRA and the technical advisory committee of CORA. I'm an active participant and party both at Committee of Adjustment and TLAP hearings. I also provide regular coaching services to residents who are attending their first committee hearing, their so-called first-timers. What I've determined to do in my neighborhood is run little WebEx training sessions for first-timers, because it really is quite a challenge for the folks who are not online and regular using virtual hearings on a regular basis. So perhaps there might be an opportunity to do that on a broad scale. Today's agenda item is a status update on Committee of Adjustment virtual hearings. I would like to talk about the problem from a participant perspective. One of my key instructions to first timers is always to assume positive intent. As my mother might have said, don't be a negative Nelly, be a positive Polly. So I'm going to offer my thoughts today as a positive Polly, if I may. What I determined to do was do some observations on best practices from nearby municipalities. These municipalities are struggling, as Toronto is, both with in-person hearings and virtual hearings. Within the province, all of the Committee of Adjustments are regulated under Section 44 and 45 of the Provincial Planning Act. And I have found 4 municipalities that are doing very good and interesting things. While these municipalities are smaller than Toronto, their smaller scale allows them to innovate at a faster pace than our municipality. It's very much like the difference between a large cargo container ship and a small tugboat. You can appreciate that the smaller tugboats are much more versatile. The City of Oakville has an excellent set of rules that was recently updated in 2016 through a procedural bylaw. The City of Toronto could benefit from an updated set of rules modeled by the work that's been done in the City of Oakville. The City of Hamilton provides a very simple document that describes participation procedures, both in an in-person and a virtual world. The City of Toronto could provide today a much clearer statement of participant procedures. The City of Kingston provides public records on all aspects of hearings, including agendas, reports, and minutes. These are all provided online in a virtual setting. These records are provided for public viewing for up to 7 years. The City of Toronto should provide increased accessibility and open records for a longer period of time than is currently allowed. The City of Waterloo is displaying leadership by providing open data, providing a record of all applications in an online portal. This is really a way of using virtual and online technology to provide much more information out to its residents who are appearing at Committee of Adjustment. The City of Toronto used to provide open data in these matters, but has since 2016 has not done so. I think that they should return to the practice of providing new and improved open data. The City of Toronto should also look at the provinces, the practices in other provinces and other jurisdictions to determine how to best service self-represented parties. They are at a very significant disadvantage to those agents and professionals who appear at Committee of Adjustment on a regular basis. I do believe that increased access to city records via the Open Data Initiative is an important element of dealing with a virtual world, and I would encourage the city to spend more time and resources on that. These progressive policies and practices need to be explored. And what I would further say is that our new label going forward from today is we are not negative Nellies, we are positive Pollies, and we're certainly not NIMBYs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Al, any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Al, next we have Robert Brown. Good morning, Robert. Robert, are you there? Good morning, Robert.
Hello, this isn't home with the city clerk's office, and no one by that name or the registered phone number is present.
Okay, we'll move to the next speaker. Thank you. Benjamin Puglia. Benjamin, good morning. Good morning, Benjamin.
Yeah, hello. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Tenant Advisory Committee, newly created committee by the Subcommittee on the Protection of Affordable Rental Housing. It is the opinion of the Tenant Advisory Committee that the city should expand its mailings of Committee of Adjustment information packages to tenants as well as landowners. Staff should be asked to find a way to distribute notices to addresses within the 60-meter radius of the subject property to ensure both tenants and property owners receive direct notice of hearings. In the meantime, staff must ensure that tenants of properties that are subject of C of A hearings start receiving mailed notices of hearings. Insofar as the city has a stated interest in tenant equity, putting tenants on equal footing with regard to the ease of access to information that landowners currently enjoy will be one small step to creating a city where, quote, all residents have an equal stake and voice in Toronto's future. Actions taken by the city to increase civic participation in city business are actions that enlarge the scope of democracy in Toronto. The item under consideration today contains a small but crucial component for creating the conditions for quote unquote effective participation, namely the opportunity to remedy the de facto disenfranchisement of tenants from effective participation through a de jure tiered system of communication from the city regarding Committee of Adjustment hearings. City staff's recommendation against enlarging the scope of who receives these notifications stands in contradiction to the prioritization of tenant equity as outlined in the Housing TO Action Plan. Their failure to approach the question of who ought to be entitled to this most robust form of notification using a human rights lens is not an, quote, expression of the city's policy approach to housing as one that begins and ends with human rights. And that's taken from the Housing TO Action Plan. The current process leaves out a large voice in city planning. Toronto complies with Ontario Regulation 200/96, which I won't read here. This regulation is given to the city from the province, but does not preclude the city sending notifications to all residents within a given subject area. Thus, it should be viewed as a baseline and not a goal line. Now, it is worth reflecting on why only landowners are included in the province's regulation. Our considered opinion is that such a distinction rests on an outdated, incorrect, and deleterious view of tenants as variously transient, lacking standing or stake, or unworthy of full consideration in the deliberation and construction of our shared environment. It must be remembered that property ownership was a qualification for the right to vote in our municipal elections into the late 1960s. It is the task of our legislators and policymakers to remedy such anachronistic beliefs and exclusionary policies, and putting tenants and owners on equal footing here would be an opportunity to rectify the oversight and the degradation of the provincial regulation. It is in the interest of all Torontonians to work and create an equitable Toronto where effective participation in city making is available to all residents. This includes the 50% of residents who rent, and not only those who happen to have the financial means to own property here. The Toronto Housing Charter states, quote, regardless of whether they rent or own a home or are homeless, all residents have an equal stake and voice in Toronto's future and to effective participation in decisions and policies affecting their communities and their housing. One of the most obvious and straightforward ways that residents of differing tenure types have an opportunity to have stake and voice in Toronto's future is to come before a committee such as this, or for our purposes today, before a committee of adjustment, and use their literal voice to speak up regarding their views and visions of Toronto's future. It is our view that the city must take seriously its role in encouraging all residents and stakeholders in Toronto to raise those voices and participate in democratic policymaking at the municipal level. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Benjamin, and thanks for that deputation. Next, we have Kathleen Davis. Kathleen, good morning.
Kathleen Davies.
Yes, Kathleen.
This is Kathleen.
I'm so sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members, and happy Earth Day. My name is Kathleen Davies. Our family has lived at 142 Diverdale Drive in North Leaside for 33 years. My husband was born into this community 70 years ago. So we're very proud of where we live. We love it here. I'm compelled to depute the committee on this item due to the recent experiences of my husband and I and other members and neighbors of our community, including John Olau, who was your first speaker, with the North York Committee of Adjustment hearing. The 3-page letter that I submitted to your committee describes in great detail numerous critical procedural errors during the hearing for an infill build. One in particular was a groundswell of 18 letters of objection that were never truly considered in the decision making. Speaking as one of the opposing neighbors of the application, we submit that on March the 25th, 2021, the Committee of Adjustment failed to provide for a fair hearing, permitted a late amendment of the application without allowing the neighbors to speak to the amended application, failed to properly consider the application, and were differential to the applicant. I commend your committee and staff. I'm very impressed with how your virtual protocol has evolved, and I especially love the time clock. Instead of being so rudely interrupted, you can tell your timing. Our experience was not unique at that meeting. Ms. Fletcher, you had asked John about that. Did he think this, would have happened otherwise? The committee effectively rubber stamped all 13 applications that morning in favor of the developer. These were all developers, not a neighbor who wants to do some little variance on building their own dream home. These are developers. And this is why the Committee of Adjustment is so clogged up, because all these developers are buying up all these properties, bidding out families. I'm sure you know some of these people in your families that and friends that can't afford to buy a house in Toronto now. All of this amounts to a violation of the rules of natural justice and due process. In theory, the role of the Committee of Adjustment is to review and weigh the legitimacy and the appropriateness of variances under the Planning Act. The onus is on the applicant to prove their application meets the 4 tests. In practice, this is not what happens, and the virtual online nature of the proceedings during COVID exacerbates the systemic problems that exist in the Committee of Adjustment. Listening to Andy and Benjamin and Al, who I don't know, they've made some very good recommendations, and I agree with many of those things. I respect that making the wheels of government run smoothly during lockdown is a significant challenge. However, the report that is before you today, while claiming to streamline the technical processes at a bureaucratic level, fails to allow for the protection of citizens' rights and and the substantive matter of making decisions that are truly minor and are truly good for the community in which we live and raise our families. The committee doesn't seem to listen to the neighbors. We seem to have fewer rights than these developers. That's my personal added-on opinion. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really hope you will launch a review of the Committee of Adjustment as soon as possible. It's about time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Kathy McDonald. Good morning, Kathy.
Hello, this is Nahom with the City Clerk's Office to Kathy McDonald. You've been provided with the audio panels. You just need to connect in order to speak, and I can unmute your mic.
Good morning, Kathy. Can you hear us now?
Hi, Kathy. Your mic is unmuted.
Thank you.
Good morning, Kathy. Go ahead.
So thank you for the opportunity to address your committee today on behalf of Fontra. Unfortunately, Jeff Cattell is unwell and unable to attend. So I'll make the comments on his behalf and hope to keep up to his high standards. As you know, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations is a nonprofit volunteer organization comprised of over 30 member associations in Midtown North Toronto and North York. We have, over the last few years, have been very active in bringing forward concerns of residents across the area about Committee of Adjustment and interrelated processes in residential infill, such as neighborhood planning guidelines, zoning review, TLAB, and construction issues as well. So the report before you responds to the City Council direction and requests related to COVID measures taken by the city in the past year, and focuses on 4 operational matters: application volume, staffing, panel member capacity, notice improvements, and participation at virtual hearings. The report's basic message is all about efficiency and handling volume, but not about ensuring that decisions that are made are fair, that are based on input from neighbors and respect and maintain neighborhood character. So you've heard a lot of examples of this in the other deputants. The report doesn't address the underlying issues with the Committee of Adjustment that we've been raising for years. As the previous deputant stated, these issues have been around and COVID is only making it worse. The measures taken are intended to maintain customer service for applicants, do nothing to address the quality and procedural issues, and judging from some data appear to be getting worse. Residents have an active interest, as you know, in good planning of our city, and one that ensures that the process is open, transparent, fair, and accessible, so people can be engaged and participate in all stages. So what we're recommending that the committee do is to request City Council to direct the Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, and the Chief Building Official, because the building processes are important in this as well, to conduct a public review of the Committee of Adjustment, including establishing an advisory committee and public engagement, including the following topics. Investigate and address residents' concern with current processes and the underlying issues we've had. Consider alternatives to Committee of Adjustment processes for minor variances and severances, and review and revise the Committee of Adjustment processes based on tribunal best practices and quality insurance reviews, and to improve the education and training of members in both procedural and the substance of the committee's mandate. There's been a number of suggestions made, and having a process that brings people together to address all the issues and make the Committee of Adjustment fairer for the residents, all residents of the city, is what we recommend. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, and wishing speedy recovery to Mr. Cattell. So thank you for joining us today, Kath. Next, any questions of the speaker? I'm sorry. Seeing none, thank you. We'll move to the last speaker of today, Sean Galbraith. Good morning, Sean. Sean, are you there?
Hello, this is Nahom with the City Clerk's Office to the Chair. I provided Sean with the audio panels. It looks like he just connected. I will now unmute Sean's mic.
Thank you. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning.
You can start.
Great. I have been, my name is Sean Galbraith, and I've been a professional planner working on development applications for over 20 years. First, I wanted to really congratulate staff for the considerable amount of work that went into transitioning to virtual hearings. I can't even begin to imagine how much effort that took, and it has been, I think, extremely successful. Committee of Adjustment files have formed a large part of my practice over the last decade, at least. And I've been through the virtual hearing process on at least 20 files. This was a large task for staff, and I think the transition went better than really could have been expected. With few exceptions, the virtual hearings feel very much like they did in the before times, and I'm not even sure I really want to go back to the old system. It's working really well. While processing times in the downtown district are still long, they're more or less back to what they were pre-COVID. And times in other districts feel like they have sped up. I have an item going to Etobicoke York District next week, for example, that was only submitted about 1.5 months ago. That's very fast. Virtual hearings making it more difficult to revise applications before them puts more onus on applicants to contact neighbors ahead of the meeting so that issues can be identified early. I think that's not a bad thing. I think that this could perhaps be better stressed to applicants when an application is accepted, especially ones that aren't being professionally represented. People don't necessarily know that they need to talk to their neighbors, even if it seems obvious to us. The suggestion for breakout rooms was an interesting idea, but I wonder if that would take more staff resources to manage on the back end. I'm not sure how that all works with WebEx. Where applications are changed, perhaps those items could be stood down to the end of an agenda to provide time for other interested parties to consider those changes. I really like the suggestion by the Long Branch Residents Association to be able to track the agenda progress similar to other committee meetings. In the before times, you'd sit there with your agenda and a piece of paper and be with a pen just marking off where you are on the agenda. I think this would be a really good one and certainly an advantage of virtual hearings. I also think that perhaps notices could be updated to include more about the existing conditions on a property. For example, in parts of Toronto, the permitted floor space index is only 0.35, but every house in the neighborhood already exceeds 1.0 FSI. So if an application was submitted for an FSI of 1.1, or even just to replace the house at 1.0, it makes the application seem much larger than it actually is. This change could help minimize conflicts and the perception of new projects by neighbors. This was something that used to be done more often 5+ years ago. I think it would be good to bring that back. Anyway, I wanted to congratulate staff again for their excellent work on this challenging initiative. It's been extremely successful in my opinion, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your participation today. We have Robert Brown now connected, so I'm going to give him an opportunity to join us. Robert, can you hear me?
Congratulate staff again.
Yes, I can.
Work on this challenging initiative.
Can you hear me?
Successful.
I can hear you, but it seems like we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here. Just give us 1 second.
Hi, Robert. This is not with the city clerk's office. If I could please ask that you mute any audio that you have happening in the background. It sounds like you might be listening to this meeting on another device. I currently have you muted. I will now unmute you again.
Okay, Robert, are you there?
I'm sorry, Chair. It looks like Robert has left the meeting.
Okay. Okay, so that concludes the list of speakers for today. Questions of staff? Anybody with questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair, but Mr. Brown may try to get back on. Obviously, he's having technical difficulties.
Yep. And we'll see if he does come back. This was the second time that we were trying to reach Mr. Brown, so staff is keeping an eye out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair. And for you to staff, with respect to some of the user experience that we have heard from, especially from the residents and the ones who are perhaps non-applicant related. When you did your review, how user-friendly was the user-friendliness a part of your evaluation?
Through you, the chair. We have been constantly evaluating and where possible improving how people participate at the C of A hearings. We suffer from the same connectivity and mute-unmute challenges that this committee today faces and other committees of council. It is certainly a more difficult environment doing these hearings virtually, but we have staffed up every hearing with people in the background that do what City Clerks does for you at this committee today to help people connect. The members we have in our last training session with the members, we have increasingly stood down items when there's these kinds of connection issues so that we can get back online people that want to speak, and we will switch out items as that hearing progresses. Another thing that we have recently done to address that issue is we've broken each day into sessions. So there are a package of items, say 10 items or 15 items between 10 and noon, then a break, then another package of items, so that we don't have people waiting all day who have registered to call in. So, yeah, we do definitely face connection challenges like all committees are facing, but we do try and address them. And when this report was written, we actually assessed that quite fully again. And tomorrow we're meeting with all of the C of A panel members, and that's one of the issues of topic we will be discussing.
Thank you, Michael. And I guess further to that is that if you are self-aware that the system is not obviously as perfect as you'd like it to be, the opportunity for the process and the review process, the CFA process to evolve, how do participants continue to give you feedback? And then how are they ensured that you have addressed their concern, whether it's technical or if it's process oriented? What does that look like, and is it public facing for everyone else to see?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We have been updating our web page presence to make it a little more interactive. And we have recently, or a little while ago now, created general numbers for each of our district offices, general email accounts for each of our district offices. They're on our main and repeating web pages. And we have encouraged people who have experienced issues to contact us so that I'm personally logging how many items where we've had concerns. I mean, we've done over 3,000 virtual applications since last June. I've gone to hearing. And have there been big issues at time where WebEx has gone down or we couldn't get the system running? Yes, but it's been less than probably 20, 22 times. So we are absolutely interested in new ideas. We don't employ a clock like Clerks does here. And it is something that we want to look at, whether we can actually do the same. It's a little harder when you have 40, 50, 60 items and 200 people stacked to speak, but we're going to look at that.
If I could add, Councillor, as well, we've throughout the course of the pandemic had made an attempt to have regular meetings with resident association representatives. We just had one about a month ago with a group of them. Some of them have deputed today. So just as we meet with industry representatives, we've been mindful of having regular conversations with resident association representatives. And that provides another feedback loop. I know that Michael as well as regular, very regular meetings and discussions with various resident association representatives.
Thank you, Greg. I guess my final question is, I'm going to run out of time now, so I'll try to speed it up. With respect to reconciling the grievances and the complaints with what you are obviously tasked with, which is to address them, how can we be assured that this can be dealt with? Because this report will leave us very soon. Your recommendation is that we receive the report, which means do nothing. Everything is fine. But what we're hearing from some of the speakers today is that it's not fine. So I just need to know, what is the path forward if you're asking us to do nothing more, that you can assure us that you'll continue to evaluate, but also continue to improve and address their concerns, but make sure that improvement is public facing to say, yes, we have evaluated, this is the technical fix or process fix, and we can check it off our list.
Thank you for the question. Yes, no, we're in a constant continuous improvement mode. And as Greg mentioned, we're meeting pretty regularly with residents. And what we've been doing increasingly, Councillor, if you went on our webpage right now, you'd see a brand new alert or highlight. Anytime we make a change or improvement, we put right at the top of our webpage how we've responded or what the issue was that we're trying to fix. And we're keeping that as a rolling, constantly updated kind of alert or highlight for people. So we are trying to publicly provide feedback on the comments we do get. And I can assure you, it has to continuously improve. That's just the nature of we're always receiving input. We're trying to always improve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With the permission of the committee, I believe Mr. Brown is attempting to connect with us. I'm going to give an opportunity to go back to Mr. Robert Brown. Are you there?
Hello, this is Nahum with the City Clerk's office. I believe Robert Brown is now connected. Robert Brown, I am unmuting your mic.
Okay. From my phone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Robert. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, I'm watching the hearing and there's somebody else speaking.
There's a delay, Robert, but you can go right ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Yes, I am.
Robert, may I suggest that you just speak from your phone and turn off the other device that you're following on YouTube?
Okay, is that better?
Yep, just speak to me as if you're talking on your phone.
Okay. So,
thank you.
Have you or your staff ever received complaints about the operation of or decisions of the Committee of Adjustment beyond what you've heard today? I would like to discuss 4 aspects of the C of A that I have experienced or been advised of. I will also make 4 recommendations for action. Number 1, in the area of administrative operation, the operation of the Committee of Adjustment involves both Toronto Building and City Planning. Toronto Building, that is customer service, is responsible for receiving the application and determining if the application meets the requirements as set out in the application form, and the fees are paid when the application is accepted. The application checklist and application form is utilized to determine if the application is complete, including fees due. Virtually all forms are accepted without being complete or fees applied noted. The required plans are often deficient. As one example, 45 Cree Avenue in Ward 20, the attached plans were missing the room detail and the dimensions. Additionally, fees due and paid are not indicated on the application. This creates an audit trail issue. It is recommended that the Auditor General review and confirm that all audit trail disciplines are well defined and in place to ensure the flow of funds are tracked for each application. Area number 2, zoning notice and public notice. Toronto Buildings, that is the zoning examiner, performs the zoning review to determine if the application requires variances to the applicable zoning bylaw. There are often errors and/or omissions contained in the zoning review. Numerous examples have been provided to senior management. On some occasion, the variances circulated in the public notices contain errors or omissions versus the zoning notice. Numerous examples have been brought to the attention of senior management in the districts. Area number 3, panel member schedules. Since September 2019, there have been 39 hearings scheduled for the Toronto East York panel members. In addition, there have been 10 hearings in the other districts that have been assigned Toronto East York files. What is the justification for transferring the workload? Is it due to a lack of sufficient administrative staff or an unwillingness of appointed members to be available for hearings? Despite Committee of Adjustment Procedure 5.1, only 5 of the 39 hearings in TEY required 5 panel members. 34 of the 39 hearings were presided over by 4 or fewer members. The choice of which members are assigned currently rests with the Deputy Secretary Treasurer It should be explained why Rule 5.1 is not applied for the Toronto East York District. It is also worth noting that the members assigned appears to be on a limited choice basis. 4 of the appointed 12 members are selected well beyond a normal rotation. 1 member has been scheduled 55% above the normal rotation rate. What is the justification for not scheduling the members as per Rule 5.1? It is recommended that the appointed members in East York be assigned to specific panels with substitution as required from within the district's appointed members. If required to maintain the desired 5 members assigned to each hearing for other districts, members may be secured or borrowed from other district panels. Area number 4, staff and panel training. The number of errors and omissions by zoning examiners and C of A application technicians is concerning. It is recommended that city management in both Toronto buildings and community planning update the training and skill set of the assigned staff. Errors have already been pointed out to district staff management as appropriate. The training of appointed panel members appears to be minimal at best. It is recommended that several additional training sessions be scheduled quickly, virtually if required. Concerns have previously been raised with the Secretary-Treasurer. It is recommended that the Ombudsman's Office or other resource conduct a comprehensive review of the training programs and oversee the implementation of more rigorous training disciplines. Detailed errors, omissions, and concerns can be provided either to this committee or to the Ombudsman's Office shortly. I'll be pleased to answer any questions that the committee members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions of the Speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, and we apologize for the technical difficulties. Thank you. Thank you. We'll continue with questions of staff. Any other members with questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I will proceed with my questions, and I do have some to staff. So, in our first deputation, the deputant talked about the opportunity to, while before the pandemic, that if it was in presence, that they would stand up and they would be able to do an objection. Is this the process that we used before the pandemic or not? I thought the process was exactly the same as we're using now as it was before the pandemic. Can you clarify for me?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, the process is the same. Prior to being virtual, when we had, for lack of a better word, more normal hearings, it was not permitted, nor is it a practice, that people could interrupt after they've spoken and try to reiterate or bring a matter back to a panel. The panel chair would say, look, that's out of order. So the process is the same, it's just on a different platform.
Okay. So the issue might be with the process, not because that it's a result of the platform. Okay, get it. I thought there were some really interesting suggestions in here with regards to, the whiteboard, the helpline, the breakout rooms. Will you be looking into things like this, or do you want us to move a motion here at the committee? Because I think that, there's always space for improvement, and I think some of these things would be really helpful.
I actually think a couple of those ideas, like the whiteboard, we have talked about that internally. The clock idea, I don't think you need to move a motion. We are looking into these continuous improvements, and in fact, we support some of them. So it's just a matter of sometimes they're technical in nature. We may need, if we change notice, we have to do programming changes to IPMS, but we are working on some of these improvements now.
Okay. And one of the things that I've heard as well is, and we've actually reduced the amount of time that residents can submit their objection letters. But why do you need a bit of time in between the objection letters and the hearings? Like, why can't we shorten that?
As it stands right now, we have a deadline for written submission, which is 5 days before a hearing. But to make up for that difference, we have pulled back or increased the time frame from when we mail out notice to a hearing from around 20 days previously to between 22 and 24 days to allow for a greater time period in between mail out and a hearing. We are required, we really have to have a number of days ahead of a hearing for a deadline, because we have to package sometimes 40 or 50 applications. It can be 500, 600, 700 documents for the members to consider for that hearing. And as you know, one of the directives of council last year was to take all measures to improve decision making. And one of them was that there's adequate time for the panel members to review the agendas prior to the hearing. And we've heard loud and clear from our members that they want to get that agenda so that they can review it on the weekend. We've done some auditing, and the average agenda can take 15 to 20 hours to review by members prior to the hearing date. So it forces a deadline so that we can package and send this material and give them enough time to consider the agenda before the hearing.
Okay. And with regards to the tenants notification, so I know this was in response to a motion that I had moved, and as you can imagine, I'm a bit disappointed by the response. But what is the impediment right now? If you can explain to me, why are you recommending that we not proceed? What are the major challenges? If you can explain that to us just a bit.
Sure, Madam Chair. It's more complicated to explain, unfortunately, than you want.
Is it technology? Is it technology?
There is technology. So what I reported, or what I wrote in the report, related to mail drops or direct mail, working with Canada Post. It's not practical or viable to prepare for mail drops for 300 applications a month. It's too labor intensive. It's not really achievable. However, it doesn't mean we're not looking at other ways to improve notification. We are examining the city's MPAC, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation data. It's very robust. It's very accurate for landowner information. It's less so for tenant or renter information, but we are looking at that data, and we are looking at what possible programming changes we might make to our software that would allow us to grab that data and add to the circulation. It's something we're actively looking at.
Okay. So you'd be supportive if I move another motion to continue to look into this, because I truly believe this is something that we need to have done.
Yes, that's absolutely supportable. Fine. Yep.
Thank you. Okay. And speakers on the item.
Oh, no. I have some questions. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it's Councillor Wong. Would it be possible to just have a quick second round on? I only have one question. If I may, it's coming back to the tenant issue.
Move the motion. I'll support you.
Sounds good. Councillor Fletcher?
Yes. I just wanted to ask, you've heard from a number of deputants. Which of those suggestions are you able to take forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not sure what the question is. It relates to, are we talking notice issues?
Well, you heard what many people had said. Why don't you use the breakout room? Why is there no clock to know how long you've got? Why is there no tracking online since it's online, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah.
So there's, I think, some great suggestions there. I don't know if you've heard them before. I guess that would be my question. Have you had a chance to hear all of those suggestions that were very well put to the committee before today?
All three of those suggestions we've heard only recently. However, we have ourselves been rearranging the way we schedule meetings and package them through the day to deal with the same issues so that we don't have applicants or residents waiting long to be heard. It's what I spoke to earlier, breaking the day up into different sessions, having the chair speak to which item we're on, et cetera. But we're very open to all three of the ideas you've suggested.
So who is working on that tracking for you in IT? Do you have a specialist there? because knowing where you are in a difficult agenda is probably one of the most important things, what's been adopted, where you're at. People can see that on Timis if we have regular meetings, but it appears that that's not a function that you have at your disposal at the moment.
When we have a hearing, we actually hold hearings, not unlike today's planning and housing, where the chair of that panel and our deputy secretary treasurer and one or two application technician staff are in one of the city's committee rooms. So we have behind the curtain staff there that are actually administering and tracking this. I totally
understand that. I'm talking about the tracking for the public to see. So this is for public committee. So what are your steps to, if I want to watch something, then I kind of can track from my home where we're at on that agenda, not by having somebody read something out every once in a while, but understanding in real time where things are at. How have you been able to take steps there, and who's advising you?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, no, it's definitely, we do not have a meeting monitor system like City Clerks does. So if you're watching from YouTube at home, you're absolutely right. You will have to listen to find out what item is up next when the chair speaks to what item is up next. That's why we are looking at these improvements. Why you don't have that built in since we've been a year. What steps have been taken to track, to have time, so that there's more of a feel that you're there, that you can track? The issue of
disadvantage.
We're absolutely tracking the matters.
I know you're tracking. I'm talking about the public being able, this is all about the public's access. What about the great work you do and your committee members do and the staff do? It's really about your interface with the public. And we're hearing today that there are a number of things that they are saying these are important to do. And I'm trying to get a sense of where they are on your to-do list.
Through you, Madam Chair, all three of the ideas you raise, we are looking into. None of them are at fruition yet. We just simply don't have a meeting monitor type concept in place. It's something we're going to work towards.
We better have a come back, Madam Chair, so we understand where some of these things are. I also just noticed in a letter, I'd just like to clarify from one of the letters, I've read some of the letters from someone who went there who was not within the 60-meter boundary, who claims that the chair said they could not speak to the issue. Just want to clarify if that is the case, is that maybe that's completely correct, but it seemed a bit odd to me.
I agree with you. That is odd. While we circulate within 60 meters, anybody can speak at a committee meeting.
Have you read the letters, Mr. Mitzi?
I have looked at, unless there was new ones put on in the last few hours, I have looked at them, yes.
Did you see that letter?
Yeah, that's just not the case. Anybody can register to speak on a matter.
Experience. No, that's the experience of a member of the public. So how will you follow that up to find out exactly what happened?
Through you, Madam Chair.
That was your last question, Councillor.
That's the first time I've ever heard of that concern.
Okay. I'm going to go for a second question about YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to staff again. Michael, I want to be really clear regarding the inability right now to notify tenants. And I do recognize that you stated that there were some resource issues, but why can we not just recover all costs of notification and communication directly from the applicant? So therefore, there's no additional cost to the city. And if you do need resources, including staff, to ensure that these packages and notification goes out to everybody within the 60-meter radius, why can we not just recover that directly from the applicants? And would that not just solve your problem?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. No, I don't think what we're looking at is a cost issue per se. Right now, the Committee of Adjustment does run on a cost recovery basis. So applicants basically pay for the administration or the operations of the C of A. We don't anticipate that, the biggest cost with increasing notification relates to mailing costs. But likely wouldn't be so significant in relation to the revenues we receive that it would be a big challenge for us. So it should be okay from a cost point of view.
Then I don't, thank you for that. So if it's not, so if we can do a full cost recovery, then I definitely don't understand what is the barrier here.
If you're speaking in terms of notice that draws on the city's data through MPAC, that data is not fulsome on the tenant renter side. MPAC doesn't update that data in the same way it updates owner data. And so we're looking into what is the quality of that. We also have a problem in that the current integrated business system we use, business management system we use that sends out circulation, the software was designed to implement exactly what is set out in the regulations of the Planning Act. So it's not programmed to look for occupant or tenant or renter data in MPAC. So we have to reprogram the system. So there's technical issues and testing issues that have to.
So the barrier, I think Michael's just highlighting, the barriers include both availability of data, like good tenant data, reliable, good tenant data, and because MPAC doesn't necessarily provide that, and programming, that provided we could get that, we would need to program our systems to then be able to grab it and set up a system of notification. Those are so far two significant barriers that we've identified, and we're continuing to investigate this, but that's what we've found so far.
Thank you both. I guess because the notification is not personalized, it doesn't have the first name or last name of the owner. I recognize that it's just going to occupant of a particular place. So when you just have the same type of arrangement as you would with any other postal drop. So for example, if it's a rezoning application, we get all sorts of notices in our boxes, but it never says my name. It just says the occupant, or I forget what it says, but it doesn't, I know it doesn't have my name, and it goes right into my mailbox. And anybody who picks up the mail from that mailbox, that's my notification. Why are we not using that same system?
If you're speaking about postal drops, we're not recommending that approach for the Committee of Adjustment because there are added, we've done some testing on that, and it would take on average for each hearing 16 extra hours to prepare notice and arrange for delivery to individual Canada Post offices across the city. When you do a postal drop, you physically must deliver the bundle of mail to the local post office that is going to deliver that mail. And so there's added organization or scheduling issues and working with Canada Post that comes with postal drops. And given that our notice requirements are for only 60 meters, we've implemented the Planning Act regulations that require someone to put signage on the property. We just don't think that that's a viable, like the staff time, the delay, the requirement to go across the city for 350 applications like this a year. Postal drops serve the city very well when they're for bigger zoning bylaw or secondary plan exercises, and you're crossing a big geography. They don't work well when you have tight constrained circulation areas with multiple Canada Post stations involved. We just don't think that's a viable or reasonable approach for notification. We would rather investigate, or we're trying to investigate, whether or not we could rely on MPAC data and reprogram our system to draw on tenant information that it has.
Okay, thank you. I know I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I think that, Mr. Mitzi, you know how poor the impact data is around tenancies compared to owners. It's very out of date, and I would not want you to spend too much time with such a flawed system. I think the question was that I just had, last question, you do not post these, they're on YouTube, you can follow, correct? You can follow along.
Correct.
Are they posted after where people can go back and watch what happened for that item or that issue? They were interested in it.
Through you, Madam Chair, as it stands right now, the YouTube version of the hearings remain for the year on our system. So you can go look at it, what happened in January or February. But come the new year and we move into it, generally, we follow some corporate standards this way.
Okay.
Older YouTube videos are removed from the system.
And that's just on the regular cities, when you go to the City of Toronto YouTube channel, you can find that.
Yes, the City of Planning has a has a YouTube channel. Yeah,
It's on the planning site. Okay. Yep. And this 5 days, did I hear you say that you won't accept any letters from anyone between the hearing and 5 days out from the hearing?
No.
Okay.
What we do, we have a deadline. We have a deadline, and we package up the material and send it to the members. Right. However, if a councillor or a resident sends in correspondence after that, we do put that on the Application Information Center and we advise the panel. However, we want to make it clear it is possible, because it didn't go with the agenda, that it may not carry the same weight, or the members may not see it or pay attention to it because of its late arrival.
I guess I'm questioning that because there are times, I know it's strange because you work in this and you're very aware of everything, but that everybody has busy lives. Somebody's making an application and that's their business, or they're hiring somebody to make that application. I think our residents associations have been clear that when they're trying to access this committee as neighbors, sometimes that's very difficult, and that it could be at the last minute that people find out about an application. Could be 3 days out when someone's saying, oh, I just saw that, and or want to get in touch. So does that, from an administrative fairness position, have you checked that that meets the tests?
What we do through the chair is that we have a different deadline for registering to speak. So if time's tight and you don't have sufficient time to write in, or you found out late, you can register to speak a day or two ahead of the hearing. And then the day before the hearing, we arrange the timing for when you can speak.
That's not my question. My question is, have you cleared that from an administrative fairness point of view, that that letter doesn't have the same weight as somebody who managed to find out about that, or the actual applicant who very clear on the timing and date and everything about this?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's not a legal opinion. It doesn't carry the same weight. I'm just saying that it's late arrival. I'm just being practical.
No,
it's getting to the
hear
members
that.
at a later date. That's all I'm saying.
I didn't hear that. You said they may or may not have a chance to see it. It's going to be posted somewhere. They don't necessarily have to take that into account. So I think I'm a little worried about that.
Through you, Madam Chair,
the package, but
I just can't. My only point is the later correspondence arrives, and if it arrives after the agenda's been sent out, it's no different than correspondence arriving at this committee this morning versus 2 days ago. It's a different time frame for review. My only point is, if you can meet the deadline, there's a greater chance the panel members will have the opportunity to carefully read your correspondence.
okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I suggest that we now break for lunch and actually come back with speakers on the item after this. Sounds good? Okay. We'll see everybody at 1:30.
Now that I've unmuted you, you should have the option to mute and unmute yourself on your phone. Can you try that now, please?
I will now proceed to mute myself.
That's right. I do not hear you. I'm sorry, Councillor Wong-Tam. We seem to be also getting some feedback from your laptop. If you could mute the laptop. Okay, your laptop is muted. I assume I'm going to unmute your audio.
Can we note that not all upgrades are created equal?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. This is what happens when they automatically upgrade things and you've got a mess on your hands. You're doing very well under these circumstances, clerk. Thank you.
Are we good to go?
Thank you.
Very patient.
To the chair, if you can give us a 10-second mental countdown and begin from there. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. Welcome back to meeting 22 of the Planning and Housing Committee. We are on item 22.7, update on Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings, and we'll now move to speakers. Any
Chair,
speakers on
before we
this
do
item?
that, sorry, do we just want to take, okay, I'll let it go, no problem. Just going to try to deal with that last letter, but we'll deal with this item.
Speakers on the item? Any councillors that would like to speak on this item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can? Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, it's not my good tech day. I just want to say thank you to the staff and the deputants. This has been a very illuminating conversation. I recognize that there's frustration perhaps on all sides of this issue. We want to be able to move forward to ensure that the process around hearings for the CFA, oh, actually, I do have a motion. I forgot. Can the clerk please put the motion on screen? Thank you very much. So the motion is actually, I won't take credit for the motion. The motion is largely coming from FONTRA, as well as the ABC Residents Association and others who are supportive of having an independent review of the process around the CSA applications, how we establish notification, how the public are engaged, and to ensure that there is a way that members of the public and those affected by the process, and those who need to access the process, have an opportunity to provide feedback. I hope it's not going to create too much work, but I was listening very carefully to staff responses on how the process was going to be continually and gradually evaluated. They said that they were going to provide some consideration to some of the suggestions coming forward from the residents, and I think that was very positive. But what I didn't hear from them was a clear way of reporting back on the changes that were to be made. I also didn't hear from staff, and I apologize if they tried to explain it to me, but I didn't catch it, was what type of evaluation matrix or formula they were going to use to determine what changes would be made and whether or not the changes, if they were being rejected, can the explanation be made public? So the spirit of the motion is largely to ensure that we try to achieve a few things, especially because I do not think it would be the right approach at this point in time to simply receive the staff report. There seems to be quite a bit of work ahead of us. And I know it's very difficult because it's COVID and we're using these platforms. And my difficulties logging on and off and being heard today is just one example. But I want to keep in mind that as the independent review takes place, I would be hoping that we could try to achieve a few things. I believe that the independent review should be moving us toward greater efficiency and a greater sort of management of timeliness, how applications are being processed and heard. And I think that staff did a wonderful job of clearing the initial backlog because, obviously COVID meant everything came to a standstill. They have done a fairly decent job, a very good job of clearing that existing backlog. But we now have a new backlog, and the new backlog is now created by new applications coming in because of the previous backlog where people weren't able to process the applications or submit the applications. The other thing that I hope the independent review would be striving for is ensuring that there is greater transparency and fairness in how the applications, as well as those who are interested in providing feedback, can be dealt with and responded to. And then lastly, which is my biggest concern, and is that the interface of the process should be user-friendly. There should be almost an intuitiveness to how people can provide feedback and how people can resolve a dispute. Recognizing that we're dealing with very technical matters and on the tiny little screens, they're very difficult to resolve. But if the process is not accessible, then I do believe that there is a disadvantage to those who can't gain access. And I want to be very mindful that this is not, the motion should not be taken as a slight to staff's work. I really do appreciate that the staff have tried to adapt to this changing environment that we're all in. But if we can actually have a sober, second, independent look on how the process can be further refined and improved, and bring back those recommendations to us, and then we can give it further consideration. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Wong Tam. Any questions of the mover? I do have a question, Councillor Wong Tam. I'm concerned a little bit about the timing. Well, staff is concerned a little bit about the timing. And I was wondering if you would consider a friendly amendment to have it coming back in Q4, just because to go out, get the independent review, get the process started. And I think I heard from residents as well that there were some issues even before this virtual world. So I think for us to do this right, we need to give them the time. Would you consider a friendly amendment to have it coming back Q4?
Absolutely. And I will be more than happy to just even see it coming back this year. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers on this item? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, I just want to, thank you very much. I just want to thank our deputants for coming down, people that obviously are very familiar with Committee of Adjustment. But I really do want to thank Mr. Mitzi and his whole team at the Committee of Adjustment. I recall last year when we went into COVID, there was a number of months where, of course, there weren't going to be hearings. And there was a decision made to go virtual to try to get the backlog dealt with because it was piling up very quickly, particularly in the downtown area, the South District, and some other wards. I know Councillor Grimes has a tremendous number of Committee of Adjustment applications as well. So I just think we need to remark that while it's not yet perfect, and there are always design upgrades with any technology, or we can use technology to be able to have better communications, or if we're using this technology, it can always be upgraded to be a little more user-friendly, particularly for people that don't always come to the Committee of Adjustment. But I think it is quite remarkable that we moved to this platform. I don't think anybody thought we would be on this platform for a year, or I think this started in July, 9 months or so. And it looks like we will be continuing on this platform for the foreseeable future under COVID. So I think that it's a good idea to kind of review what's next in a virtual platform for these kinds of decisions and discussions, which can at times, as I know Mr. Mitzi and his team are well aware, be very unsettling for everybody involved. There were some good suggestions today that hopefully we can incorporate in a go forward. And then looking at if people should have the opportunity to be online, virtual, or in person as we get back to what would be a new normal. But we never would have started down this road had it not been for COVID, that the staff would not have undertaken this Herculean exercise when you hear about the number of pages, the kind of notice mail out, all the requirements, because it is a legal administrative tribunal, it must meet certain deadlines in certain ways. And there's so many applications there. It's not as if it's a planning application that's for rezoning that tend to be a bit more spaced out. It's as if they were all the ones for 1 year were on one day. So I totally understand there are logistic issues in many ways, which I know staff will work on, and also some technical issues. So I think probably we can continually improve the operations of virtual Committee of Adjustment meetings and continually improve that experience for everybody, those who are attending virtually, those who are adjudicating, and the staff that are preparing everything. So I just wanted to say thank you for all that work this year and look forward to the continuous improvements. Hopefully there'll be better improvements than the ones WebEx decided to put on its latest platform. that we're having a fair, difficult time with today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Any other speakers on this item? No, seeing none. I would like to say a few words, and I do have a motion. I would like to start by thanking staff because, as my colleagues mentioned, and I think is recognized even by some of the deputants, this was an incredible amount of work that in a very short period of time allowed us to pivot from in-person meetings to online meetings. So all the logistical world cannot be undermined. I mean, there's a ton of work that was put into this, and we're still adjusting, and we're still fine-tuning and improving it. And so for that, I also want to take the time to thank the deputations. I think there were very thoughtful and great recommendations and suggestions that several deputants left here that we need to take into consideration to continue to improve this service. I think we always need to strive for improvement in the services that we provide here at the city, and this is just a perfect example. I do have the motion as well with regards to the notification to tenants. I was disappointed with the recommendation from the report. I was encouraged to hear Mr. Mitzi saying that they would be looking into ways to do it, and so I want to move that motion and have that coming back. I think it is imperative that we inform everyone in the community about the applications. This has an impact not only on homeowners, but renters as well, equal impact. It's the way that we're building and changing and growing our neighborhoods. And so it is important that tenants have a voice as well. And I think that we need to strive to use technology, to use the information that we have to provide that notice. So I'm looking forward to having a report coming back. And so I would ask staff to look into the possibilities of doing this. And with that said, I move the recommendations. Just to receive? Yes. Okay. So just adopting the amendment. Is committee okay to move the motions as a package, or do you want, yes? Okay. So we can move the motions as a package. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. That concludes the work for this item. Next item we have is 22.10, creation of a fair and streamlined access system for affordable housing. There's no speakers on this item, so we'll proceed to questions of staff. Any questions of staff on this item? No. Saying none, I do have a couple of questions. Oh, Councillor Wong-Tam, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you folks hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Great, thank you. So I want to just understand from staff with respect to the recommendation. Sorry, sorry, folks. I'm having a really bad tech day. I have one device to work from now. It used to be 3. Okay. So I guess with respect to the report that's before us today, will the proposal effectively then create 2 lists because of the way it's being streamlined and whether or not anybody gets bumped?
So perhaps through the chair to the councillor, thanks for the question. We have 2 different programs. So rent geared to income housing, as you're aware, is legislated, and there's a requirement to have a centralized wait list based on chronology with some priority categorizations. The other program or programs is affordable housing, and we've been in recent years doing a random draw similar to that's done in other jurisdictions such as San Francisco and New York City. What we would hope with the new recommendation for streamlined access is to have a centralized portal where anyone requesting housing comes in through one window, and based on the parameters and their income levels and their qualifications, there'll be housing opportunities would be identified to them that they could pursue.
then given the size of the subsidized housing wait list, is it worth offering affordable housing to those who are currently waiting for subsidized housing recognizing that they will be paying more? Like,
So there's a couple of issues.
Change?
Yeah, there's a couple of issues there. At the current affordable housing programs, many people who require a deep subsidy to afford housing wouldn't likely qualify for those units or be able to afford the rent. And in recognition that we want to have as much diversity of housing income and type as many neighborhoods as possible, what we've been doing typically with new affordable housing agreements is also requiring our proponents to agree to 10 or 20% of deeper affordable units through a rent supplement agreement. So that not only are people coming in to take care of the affordable rents, but we're able to move people off that centralized waiting list for rent geared to income housing into some of these developments. So in essence, we're able to create broad affordability in the building and then provide deeper affordability to those residents most in need from that other waiting list.
And so my final question is with respect to the housing providers and the agency partners that are out there, everyone talks about the wait list. And so have they been adequately consulted or spoken to as we're moving through this new evaluation? Like, what was their input for this? Or is it to be done?
Yeah, it's mostly to be done. So if you look at our implementation plan, we've already had a lot of interjurisdictional scans. We've been talking to some internal stakeholders, but part of the work that we will endeavor to do and intend to bring back to committee for their consideration is some of those deliberations we have on policy related to access to bring them forward for council's consideration. And that will be informed by broad stakeholder engagement to not only people who use housing, but the people who develop and manage it.
Thank you, Doug. And were any key stakeholders consulted up front just to even get to this particular stage with the report that's before us?
Yeah, we've had a number of conversations with existing partners, either through the negotiations for formal affordable, but also applicants from former random draws who participated in the system. So we've initiated that rather ad hoc at present, and the new consultation will ensure a broad outreach and that those who are interested in to participate have the opportunity to do so.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other members of the committee with questions? Oh, sorry, my screen is just having a field day. Okay, no other councillor. Councillor Perks is nodding because I think he knows what I'm going through because he did it yesterday. So I do have a couple of questions to staff. So this list will basically have it in a centralized, transparent way, all the units available in the affordable housing. So we'll have the phase one, let's call it, that we're working on, well advanced, the choice-based should be launched this year, and this would actually add on it and have affordable housing units as well. Is that correct?
That is the intent, correct, Councillor.
So that it's not by pure luck that somebody finds out that there's an affordable housing unit or happens to walk by a site or happens to know somebody. It actually, there's a centralized list that will have all the affordable housing in a transparent and accessible way that people can, put their names through for the draw, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I do want to just touch on something that Councillor Wong Tam asked around the consultation. So we've been doing jurisdictional scans and there's great programs out there. New York, San Francisco have great programs, but we really haven't talked with our sectors here to know if there's still a lot of questions to be answered and work to be done with our partners. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. We want to develop this in partnership so it can learn lessons from other jurisdictions, but what we develop is a solution that works best for Toronto.
Okay. So if this committee basically told you, before sending this to council, let's have those conversations with the sector and come back, you would be supportive and do not delay your program, your work plan, correct? It was just give the opportunity for the sector to define more of the end product. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that was always the three divisions' intent, is to bring this back to committee, and I know it's not explicit within the report, and if the committee wished to make it more explicit, we would be happy to bring this back for your review and consideration.
Great. One of the things as well that we have in the city is that we have affordable housing that is done through Section 37. We have rental replacement agreements. We have affordable housing units. So there's different departments that have agreements. Do you think that we should also look at a possible way to have a centralized way to ensure compliance of all these agreements? Would that make sense, that we ask you staff to look at this instead of having all these different departments looking and finding out finding out if the partners are complying with the agreements?
Yeah, I think affordable housing has occurred in a number of different ways through council direction and a number of different programs. There's some context to understand in each of those, but I think holistically, I know Greg, his team, Abby, Marianne all agree that we're looking to create more efficiency and more continuity in the way agreements are managed and administered. It starts with access in this report, but those conversations are ongoing, Councillor, and we're working towards looking at opportunities and whatever barriers are there and what opportunities there to overcome them.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Okay, no more questions, so we'll move now to speakers. Members of the committee that wish to speak. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I'd like to move here that focuses on the data aspect of the work that's in front of us. If we can get that up there. Perfect, thank you. Basically asking that we tie all of the information and kind of the key indicators here from the portal in with our housing targets and just share that information and data across our divisions. I think for all of us, in the day-to-day, we have a lot of conversations about affordable rental and affordable housing. And certainly we understand how hard it is to find those vacancies, to find those opportunities for affordable housing. This is fantastic that this work is advancing here and how we're tracking that inventory of affordable housing and demonstrating and connecting Torontonians with those opportunities. I think it's really important. It's something that we've had to work on and the approach continues to evolve, but we're moving in the right direction. And I think, the last conversation even about C of A that we were having today in the world that we're living in right now, more acutely than ever, technology and data and software are so critical to the public being able to engage with the housing and development pipeline, with all of our planning conversations. And certainly there is a piece that we can strengthen there with respect to affordable housing. It remains true, I think, that the final step on the road for folks is ensuring that units are being built, but they are in fact being occupied, and making sure that those who are seeking affordable housing, affordable rental options in the city are able to find them. So as we progress this work, and I really do appreciate the proposed development and implementation plan, I think that's good. But as we do progress on that, I want to ensure that the data generated through the access system is actually connected to the targets and the tracking that we've set out for ourselves here in the city. Last fall, in September, we had a motion that came forward on the housing data strategy for housing TO, and tying those individual updates and pieces together, we have an opportunity to build on our commitment as a city to share data and information across divisions, which is super important, and ultimately that's going to improve the process and get more folks in housing which is what it's all about. So let's track what's being done. Let's understand where it's being done. And in this case, answer the questions to where is the city building affordable rental units? Where are those being built? And are folks able to access those opportunities when they're available? Data is going to help us illuminate those answers to those questions. So that's it for me, Madam Chair. Appreciate your support, and back over to you.
Thank you. Other members of the committee that wish to speak? No, seeing none. I would like to say a few words. I want to thank staff for this report. I've been talking about this issue for quite some time. I call it the viewit.ca of social and affordable housing. We have come a long way, and soon we will have the portion of the social housing done. But I think it is imperative that we start moving quickly to what I'm calling the phase 2, which is to tackle the affordable housing. We have committed to build 40,000 units. There's rental replacement that happens. There's inclusionary zoning coming down the pipeline. And I think we need to ensure that there's a transparent way to make these units available to the public, that there's a way that they can access, they can see what is available, and that there's equal access. And in a way as well to support those that are providing those units, that there's a plan where easily people can have access to those units. They can, in a one-stop shop, both for the provider and for the people that are looking for the affordable housing, can come together. And I think the city has a role to play in that. So I'm excited to see this work moving forward. I was very jealous when I came across the platform that they used in New York, and I shared it with our staff. And I'm really pleased to see the work that is moving forward. I do have a motion because I do believe that in order for this to succeed, we really it needs to be a partnership. And so I really want this to make sure that before we even take this to council, that we consult with our partners and that have this full implementation and the model done in partnership with those that have been providing affordable housing in our city for many years and have experience, and they're at the table with us designing this product as well. The other thing as well is I really think it is imperative for us to have one centralized area that will ensure the compliance of these many agreements that come at us in different ways through different processes, some through planning, some through SSHAs, some through the Housing Secretariat. But I think that, and I know that staff agree with me, some work needs to be done in here now to start streamlining and ensuring that we have better oversight over and more centralized oversight over these agreements that we're entering to. So that's my motion. And again, thank you to staff. I'm really looking forward to have this coming back and really looking forward to the launch of the first phase of this choice-based system. I know that staff are nervous. This is a big system. It's thousands of units that will be put into this system with a big waiting list, even that first phase. So, but I want to encourage everybody to pay attention to the work that is being done in here, because it's I think it's quite something, and we know that it's going to translate in better service for those that are in need of housing. And at the end of the day, I think that is a good goal for us to have in mind in here, is that we need to make housing affordable, but also accessible even through this way. So with that, I'll move the recommendations.
No, so the referral.
Okay.
Then we could refer Councillor Bradford's motion.
Okay.
So you have to put on the referral.
Okay. So because I'm moving the referral, Councillor Bradford, I need to move your motion to go with that referral as well. Are you okay with that? We're good?
Yeah, all good on my end.
Okay. So all those in favor of the referral? That carries. Of my motion? Give me a second. Okay. All those in favor? Councillor Bradford's referral, that carries. And that's it. Okay, thank you, committee. Next member is protecting tenants, protocols to support tenant in cases of evacuation or emergency evictions. We have deputations on this item. We'll start with Liza Ferguson. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you for letting me speak to you today. I don't know whether any of you have ever suddenly found yourselves homeless, but I have, and I can tell you it's awful. 5 weeks ago today, there was a fire in one of the 4 apartments in the house I live in, and although there was no damage to the other units, all 4 tenants found ourselves suddenly homeless. The fire inspector didn't issue an official order, but he told us it wasn't healthy for us to stay in the house. We couldn't stay in the house anyway because Toronto Hydro removed all 4 meters. They couldn't tell which one was for the affected unit because the landlords hadn't properly labeled them. So in mid-March, we had no heat, electricity, or hot water. The landlords did absolutely nothing to assist us with alternative housing, even though the Residential Tenancies Act required them to. One even stood by silently as I told the fire inspector, crying, that I didn't know where I could stay that night with a pet. The day after the fire, the landlords told us that they had been ordered to replace the electrical system throughout the house, which would mean months and months of walls ripped out, floors ripped up, and we needed to be out for that to happen. In the following days, we continually asked the landlords what alternative housing their insurance would provide, how long the renovations might take, when they'd start, but they were very evasive. They didn't answer phone calls, they didn't answer emails. 8 days after the fire, we finally learned why the landlords had been evasive when they attempted to illegally evict us. They evaded us for another couple of weeks before trying again, this time claiming that the house was rendered uninhabitable, and so our rental agreements were immediately terminated. Yet they had restored hydro to the first floor, and only the first floor, and are prepping to paint so their daughter can move in. They're also continuing to build a new unit in the basement. We're now certain that we've been duped, that there is no order, and the only reason 4 tenants have been out of our homes for the past 5 weeks is that our landlords have lied to us and denied us essential services. I was traumatized by the sudden loss of my housing. In the days after the fire, I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I was sick with worry, I relocated 4 times, missed over a week of work, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that I have spent all of my free time for the past 5 weeks learning the intricacies of tenant law and packing up my belongings to protect them from demolition that I don't even know was ever going to happen. I didn't need to go through this. When a friend brought Councillor Bailau's item to my attention, I burst out crying. This kind of support and communication is needed to protect tenants after emergency evictions. In fact, these protocols should apply to any emergency to which the city responds, in which tenants are displaced. That's the only way to prevent predatory landlords from using emergencies as opportunities to get rid of long-term tenants so they can make more money. If these protocols had been in place 5 weeks ago, I'd have gotten the information I needed from impartial city staff and not spent the last 5 weeks kept out of my home, denied essential services, and threatened with illegal eviction, all during a pandemic. I just want to go home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you for sharing that experience with us. And this letter came as a result of the experience that I had with supporting tenants in a similar situation. And the feelings are very, and I'm sure that my colleagues can relate to what you're saying, because we've assisted many people in this situation, and I agree with you. This is very much needed, and we should get this implemented as soon as possible. But thank you so much for sharing your personal experience with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, again, thank you for joining us today.
I just like to add my voice to yours, because that was remains a very traumatic situation, and the amount of time and attention that you've had to spend and not being clear on what's going to happen next. I just want to say thank you for sharing that. I know that's hard to do, and I'm terribly, terribly, terribly sorry for the situation that you find yourself right now.
Thank you. Next, we have speaker. We have Alex Durlak. Good afternoon, Alex.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello, my name is Alex Durlak, and I'm here representing the Tenant Association at 17 Patton Row. We vacated our units last year after Toronto Building issued an evacuation order against our building. The building served as an affordable live workspace for 20 years. I'd like to thank the committee for taking the time to hear and consider our experience and feedback. I'd also like to thank Chair Deputy Mayor Bailao, who is our councillor for our ward and has closely worked with us during this crisis and has recognized the need for change. Our building was found in violation of building and fire codes as early as 2018. The evacuation was ordered on March 10th, 2020, and we all left by August 2020. For us, the evacuation order was the beginning of an intense housing crisis and draining advocacy work that overlapped with pandemic lockdowns and economic and emotional turmoil. The system that we experienced only recognized two players, the city as the code enforcer and the landlords as the code violators. From our perspective, the tenants were simply seen as collateral damage. For there to be real progress, it is fundamental that tenants also be considered as key participants. I'll go through the list of recommendations as listed on the agenda and comment on behalf of our association. I'm going to assume everyone has them. So recommendation 1A, we agree that the city needs to communicate with the tenants directly. In our case, the city only informed the landlords, who in turn informed us. We were shocked the city deemed the situation grave enough to order evacuation and did not communicate with those whose lives were supposedly in danger, despite having already been in direct communication with us in the months preceding the evacuation order. We were not hard to find. During one of those meetings on January 14th, 2020, Building Chief Will Johnson made a promise to keep us informed of his department's impressions of how things would proceed. He did not, though he did apologize for that later. This communication should be an inherent part of the procedures. Additionally, we feel that this communication should happen as soon as the violations are identified. Our building was identified as being in violation at least 2 years earlier. If we had been informed, it would have given us more time to understand our situation and establish our rights. And most fundamentally, if our lives were in fact in danger, we have the right to know. Recommendation 1B. We agree that relocation and rehousing support needs to be in place immediately when tenants are forced to leave. However, we feel that the effectiveness and appropriateness of the support itself is critical. We received extremely limited assistance. The housing subsidy that was to compensate for the higher rents on the open market was highly flawed and only available to a handful of us. We would like to acknowledge Deputy Mayor Bailao's work to start a review process of the housing allowances, and we are grateful for that. Additionally, RGI units need to be made available for low-income tenants being forced out of highly affordable units like ours. As an example of a potential alternative approach, the City of Sudbury allows for the granting of urgent status and thus priority access to RGI units. In my papers, I've included a link to Sudbury's list of priority rooms. Okay, recommendation 1C. We strongly agree that resources need to be provided to tenants who are being displaced. The city needs to ensure that tenants' rights are established and protected at the time of evacuation, if not sooner. There was plenty of time in which we could have been provided with information and assistance. Instead, the city proceeded with evacuation without checking that our residential rights were affirmed. They were not. And a year later, we are still in the process of having them confirmed by the LTB. This has left us in an extremely vulnerable position. In regards to recommendation 2, we are unclear on how this phone line would help unless the LTB was prepared to act immediately. For example, we were only granted our first hearing at the LTB 6 months after we applied. We feel a possibly more useful supplementary approach would be to have the city staff trained and educated on tenant rights in order to effectively and immediately provide true support and guidance to the tenants. We have our own recommendation. The current framing of the building and fire codes place no requirement on Chief Building and Chief Fire to consider the Residential Tenancy Act in their decisions around issuing any of their decisions, including building permits and evacuation orders. We believe that some sort of mechanism should be implemented that would require Chief Building and Chief Fire to also consider, respect, and prioritize tenant rights as defined by the RTA. In conclusion, we are grateful that these reforms are being brought forward, and we hope that our requests will be considered. Beyond this, we would also like to ask for a deeper examination of the spirit of these processes are undertaken with creative vision and genuine effort. The goal should be to ensure that every effort is taken to avoid things proceeding to the point of tenant displacement in the first place. We strongly believe that one of the most effective ways to achieve this is to work with the tenants directly and enable our agency. We are more than bystanders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thank you for all the work the tenants have been doing, not only to deal with your situation, but to actually create systemic change in the system. So thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thanks, Alex, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Any questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your motion. This is really helpful, I think. My first question to staff is back in 2019, we actually amended the Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 354 for apartment buildings, and especially as it relates to vital service disruptions. So emergency evacuations when a property or home is no longer inhabitable. But I recognize that only covered programs and buildings covered under rent safe 3 stories and taller and 10 units and more. But the work that was done there, can that be extended to ensure that those who are not covered under the rent safe program, who are not in apartment buildings, can we offer the same type of emergency coverage to tenants not in those programs? I'm just trying to make sure we don't recreate the wheel, but maybe just expand that coverage.
Is there anybody on staff that can answer the question?
Who's in charge of Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 354?
Deputy Mayor, it's Julie Carboni. I'm not sure if there's anyone from legal. Or Councillor Wong-Tam, can I look into that and get back to you?
Yes, just so it was before this committee back in 2019. It was vital service disruption in apartment buildings. A good chunk of the work leading to that report was the disruptions at 650 Parliament, which saw 1,000 tenants evacuated. What I'm trying to assess is, did we miss something there? Meaning that covered only tenants in large apartment buildings. And if we missed something and we created a loophole for those who are not covered under the rent safe program, then can we try to find a way to extending that enhanced coverage that we now give to those in 3 stories and taller buildings, 10 unit and more buildings, to ensure that there's coverage for every tenant, regardless of whether or not they're under the rent safe program or not.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's Tracy. Councillor, that chapter does specifically deal with, as you've said, the buildings of that stature, apartment buildings. But hearing the concerns today about those types of premises that are not captured in here, let Julie and I take that away and we can come back to you.
Okay, thank you. And so just to be super clear, if we cannot, because that Toronto Municipal code only deals with apartment buildings. Can you also come back and provide some advice on what we need to do to provide coverage to those who don't fall under that category?
Through you, Madam Chair, actually, Councillor Wong Tam, I think that's exactly where we're headed versus amending the entire rent safe program. So let us have a look at the concerns and see what opportunities there are to help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the committee with questions? Nope, seeing none. Speakers? Any councillors to speak on the item? Councillor Wong Tam.
Well, first of all, I want to just say thank you to the deputants for bringing forward their stories. I think those are very powerful testimonies of personal history, and what happened, I think, is just very, I mean, first of all, it's traumatizing, no doubt, but also there's a lasting effect that I think that we need to recognize. And thank you for sharing your story with us, even if it meant that you had to put yourself in a vulnerable position again. But I want to just assure you that there are members here who definitely heard your story, and we're very committed to doing something to provide some support so it doesn't happen again. I want to thank our chair of the committee for the letter that she's put forward. I recognize it was in response to an incident in the ward and in the neighborhood, but doing something about it once you know that something needs to be done is also a great example of passionate and compassionate leadership. So thank you, Chair. I just recognize that, you know, in 2018, 2019, we spent a lot of time, and I'll just say we, meaning I know I spent a lot of time focused on amending and working towards a resolution that will ensure that the rent safe program meets certain needs when there is mass evacuation and vital service disruptions. And I think that it seemed at that time the right approach, largely because I was struggling with 650 Parliament when we had 1,000 tenants displaced for over 2 years. And I think everyone knows how difficult that was for the St. Jamestown community and even my office and everybody here who provided some support, and especially to Jim Jessup, who I know is here. But now I realize that we really needed to go further. So I think that's what Councillor Bailau's motion is going to do, is to continue to build on that work. And I'm glad that we need to be pushed to go further and to expand to make sure that nobody gets left behind just because you don't happen to live in a large building. And that means that if there's a tenant who is residing in an in-law suite or someone who's in a rooming house, maybe 3 units or 4 units, we have to make sure that every single tenant has protection. And the experience that we had at 650 Parliament, and we continue to have because we have fires all the time, and there are electrical outages, and for whatever reason, people cannot stay in their home. I think that we need to ensure that communication is really clear, that the city has to ensure that landlords don't just, brush off their responsibility, which is something that we heard repeatedly. If you didn't have tenant insurance, well, that's too bad, it's on you. Well, no, to the landlord and property owners, I would say that's not how the Residential Tenancy Act works. So if you don't have tenant insurance, it doesn't mean that you should be left on your own. And we need to ensure that we provide that additional information so everybody is informed. So I want to thank, everybody who's working on this. I recognize that we're not there yet, but I do also recognize that we want to get there. And that means that we're going to have to go back and take a look at how we can improve the program, how we can expand it. And if it doesn't fit perfectly under a municipal code and a chapter amendment, then we're going to have to create a new tool to ensure that all tenants, regardless of what type of housing that they're living in, have the same protection. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Chair Bailau, and more importantly, thank you for bringing this item to committee. Noticing this item, the previous item, the letter that Councillor Fletcher has, it's hard not to observe a theme, which is that more and more the City of Toronto is having to create new machinery to protect tenants from losing their homes in the city of Toronto and to look after them in those moments where something goes wrong. Increasingly, as has been the case with far too many items, like supportive housing, like mental health supports, like rolling out services to provide help to people where we're providing something other than simply the police. The City of Toronto is having to take on roles and responsibilities that are the jurisdiction of the provincial government. A provincial government, and this isn't just the current administration, but a provincial government which for a couple of decades now has left tenants behind and has created a perverse machinery where property speculators have the way cleared for them to make as much money as they want off real estate in the City of Toronto, and people who actually do the living and breathing and dying in this town as tenants are ignored or trampled on. We're obviously going to have to do even more and build a more robust framework as the local government to pick up the responsibility for treating tenants as full participants in our society that the provincial government refuses to do. It's a shame that we have to do it, but we do. So thank you, Madam Chair, for putting this on. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher, for the letter. That's the next item. And thank you, city staff, for continuing to innovate and help to solve these very critical problems.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to say a few words. First, thank the deputants and share with you. This was the second experience in a very short period of time, and you heard from Alex, a tenant at 17 Patton, and that one it was not as immediate as this one. So. This experience that I had, I became aware on Friday afternoon that people were being evacuated. They had to leave their place by Friday at midnight. People didn't know where to go. They were told that was it. It was the end of their lease. No supports. Obviously my office tried to assist in every possible way, and we were in contact with the tenants, but I identified one thing that I think is what my letter is trying to ask in here is, as we are going into these properties, which are unsafe, there's fire regulations, this one was a level of carbon monoxide that was extremely high, so people weren't in a safe situation. We need to make sure that there is an interdivisional approach. The same way that fire goes together with buildings, we need to make sure that the information, the supports for the tenants are there as well. The information on their rights, the access to supports, and the access to housing, to have somebody right there and then with access to that. Also, I don't know if you noticed as well, but one of the things that the letter is asking is for the Landlord Tenant Tribunal to have an expedited service for these cases. It takes months now to get a hearing. The fact that these tenants not only have to go through all this, unsafe situation, maybe a fire, maybe a building that wasn't built legally and it has to be evacuated, many situations. Now the tenant has to be left on limbo for sometimes months until it gets a hearing at the Landlord Tenant Tribunal. So when we have emergency situations like this, I think it is imperative that we have an expedited process, an emergency line that the city and the tenants can have access to so that they can be deliberated in a much quicker way, given that it's an emergency situation. So thank you for your support to the letter. We will continue to be working on this. As it was mentioned, we recognize that we need to fill in a gap, that we need to continue to ensure that the tenants have the supports that they need. and in particularly when there's emergency situations and evacuations that need to happen. So thank you for your support, and with that, I ask for a vote on the recommendations. All those in favor? That carries, and that takes us to item 22.13, online landlord and tenant board hearings. Nice segue. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to move the motion or speak to the motion?
I will move that and speak to it, and Councillor Perks has already noted that there's a theme here in a number of our deliberations today, and the public is really stepping up. We hear constantly from tenants the great difficulties that they are having right now in the pandemic, feeling powerless, and with the virtual hearings not being run to their advantage, that they are, I'd say they're bereft, because these are people's homes. They're being kicked out of their homes, they're losing their homes, they're not able to be represented properly at the landlord and tenant board. It's virtual. Many people don't have sophisticated equipment to do that. It is really a difficult time. And I basically, with this motion and your fantastic earlier motion, Madam Chair, and many of the things we've been discussing today, just want to say we hear you, we get you, and we're doing whatever we can as far as the province is concerned to ask them to fix this landlord and tenant situation at the board. We'll also say that on a second note, I am now, we're looking to have the date of our Protection of Affordable Rental Subcommittee. I'm sure some of these items will be there, but also working to prepare what I'll just call a rapid response kit for tenants, template letters that you can send right away to the landlord, send in so that you're on the record, things of that nature that you don't have to go out and talk to 5 or 6 different people. So I know that all of our landlord, all of our legal clinics are really stepping up. They're swamped. Our tenants groups and associations are stepping up, but it's just, it feels relentless. And that while we're trying to protect tenants during COVID, there are some that are simply taking advantage of COVID and the situation of raising rents and getting people out of their homes, not their apartments or their units, but their homes. So I look forward to a solid vote on these recommendations, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay, that concludes our meeting for today. Thank you, members of the committee. Thank you, staff. Apologize for the technical difficulties, but we made it, and at a fairly decent time. So have a good afternoon, everyone.
That's great. Thank you, everybody.
Sure, thanks.
Thanks very much to all the IT and clerk help.